Hi there, welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live. I'm Saida Abbas and I'm joined by meteorologist Gwen Talbert. It is 11 o'clock. You're watching us live on YouTube right now and on Fox Local. And Gwen, when we take a step outside, those winds are kind of harsh, but it also looks cloudy out there.
It is really cloudy out there, and we could see a stray shower. Now, the worst winds are actually going to come in later this evening and tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, so not so much happening right now, but that is definitely going to change. And I really want you to pay attention to the forecast when it comes to those winds. I'm going to let you know what to expect, mainly because everybody, well, not everybody, but a lot of people have holiday decor outside.
They do. The trees, the snowmans and everything.
You know, all their lights and that kind of thing. And this could really impact them a lot. So let's punch up these maps for you and put this together and tell you just what is going on. So, cloudy day with some stray showers. When I say a stray shower, I mean a stray shower, because we don't have a whole lot that's coming through at all in terms of the day. But we will, keep an eye on it for you. So here's a look at your headlines. So cloudy skies today, a few showers, as I said, and then the week is going to start mild and very gusty. But the temperatures are going to fall very rapidly throughout the afternoon. So we're going to reach our high early on Monday in the 60s, believe it or not. But then throughout the day, dropping to the 40s into the 30s. Cold and dry for New Year's Eve. At least it'll be dry, but it's going to be a chilly New Year's. So here's your current conditions. 38 degrees is the current forecast right now. Winds are from the south at 8 miles an hour. And here's what you can expect. Winds become gusty this evening. Overnight tonight, those gusts are going to be 40 miles per hour plus. Yes, 40 miles per hour plus. So you might get even woken up in the overnight hours by those winds. And if you have things outside, this is where I want you to pay attention. Continued gusting, 30 to 40 plus mile per hours, Monday and Tuesday. So it's not just tonight, it's tonight right through Monday and Tuesday. In fact, when I show you some of the wind gusts that are forecast, some of them have already picked up to about 50 miles per hour on our futurecast for the winds. Also, cold Monday night and Tuesday, wind chills that are going to be in the teens and the 20s. So prepare yourself, dress warm accordingly. Now, yesterday we hit into the 40s for daytime highs. The average high 46 degrees. We had 43 at National Reagan Airport, 47 at Dulles, and 43 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Today we're going to be close to that, in that ballpark. Ridge of high pressure moving out, frontal system moving in. This is the big picture. You can see where all the active weather is. If you're traveling anywhere midsection of the country, you definitely want to call ahead. You can see where there's rain and even some wintry mix and some snow out to the west. But this is our satellite radar composite now. We're seeing some of that precipitation moving its way across our western zones, West Virginia Panhandle, seeing some of that already. And that is what I'm talking about when I talk about maybe some light showers coming through. Some of you won't see any of it, some of you will see some. But here we are now with satellite radar composite, and you can see some of that starting to progress a little bit more toward the east, crossing that I-66 corridor, heading to the north close to Mason-Dixon as well. So a few showers. They won't be a total washout for today at all. And as we take a look at our current temperatures, 39 at Martinsburg, 37 at Frederick, 37 at Westminster, 40 degrees for Manassas. Culpeper, you are at 42. And 36 for Annapolis, and that's the same for Baltimore this hour. Now, heading up the Mid-Atlantic, a very chilly day, 30 only at Boston. Burlington, Vermont, 18 degrees. I know they got the snow. Go and hit the slopes if you're going to be heading that way. 26 for the Big Apple. To the south of us, Roanoke, Richmond, at 39, and 43 at Raleigh, 51 off the Cape. The bigger picture, though, showing you where that colder air is in place. And you can see, stretching all the way from Kansas City, Wichita, into the 30s, that's a pretty good indication of where that cold front currently is that's moving our way. It's a strong cold front. Ahead of it, more warmer air coming in from the south. And so look at those temperatures. St. Louis, 70 degrees, Little Rock and also Nashville into the 70s, but once that cold front comes through that's to the west of them, it's going to really bring in that cold, brutal air right across that region. So big look at the big picture, as I said, anywhere from the Great Lakes south, Chicago, in through Michigan. If this is where you are, Ohio. These are the areas into Pennsylvania, western Pennsylvania, that you might want to check on your flights to make sure that they're going to be leaving on time. Now, anything you have in terms of flying out tomorrow or Tuesday, definitely winds are going to be a major impact for that. But in the meantime, our planner for today, cloudy skies, daytime highs, as I said, only into the 40s, with some of you getting a little bit of that wet weather, some of you not seeing any of it at all, but cloudy skies with the stray showers. Now, the winds are going to start to pick up this evening, get stronger in the overnight period. And it's overnight that we're going to see those winds that are going to reach 40+ mile per hour gusts. And then they're just going to continue to get stronger Monday into Tuesday. So highs today, 45 in the city for us, 39 for Hagerstown up near Mason-Dixon, a little cooler, 40 for Frederick and Gaithersburg, and then the low 40s, 41 Martinsburg, 43 Dulles, elsewhere, 46 at Culpeper and Fredericksburg. You're at 46, but you know, it is basically anywhere from the low to the mid 40s for those daytime highs. And tonight, mild ahead of that front. Temperatures tonight are going to be in the lows, exceptionally mild, into the 40s and into the 50s. And that's where we're going to also talk about the warming trend that's coming on Monday, because this warm air will stick around from the south, and we're going to end up getting temperatures into the 60s. However, we'll reach that early. As I said, throughout the day on Monday, watch that temperature drop very rapidly because of that front coming through. But let's kind of time out this little bit of wet weather that's coming through for this morning and this afternoon. And there you see a few showers there along the I-81 corridor at 2 in the afternoon, and then that kind of pulls out. Now, if you look at Monday, pretty much the same story. We get a little bit of it moving through. Not a whole lot. It doesn't stick around before it's out of the picture. That is all ahead of that frontal system. Right now, those winds are coming in from the south, southwest. They're fairly light, anywhere from 4 to up to about 11 miles an hour. And the gusts, we don't have any gusts. It's just really calm out there. But this is the big picture that is going to change and is going to have a bigger impact. So here we are now at 11 o'clock this morning. By the time we get through to about midday or afternoon, here's where you're starting to see those winds increase. By the 4 o'clock hour, we've got 22 mile per hour wind gusts, Gaithersburg, Annapolis, Hagerstown, Martinsburg, Winchester. And that's just the beginning of it. Let's advance this. Here we are, 9:30 tonight. And if you look, you can see the wind arrows are coming in from the south. That's why we're going to have mild conditions tonight into tomorrow, because the winds are strong, but they're bringing in that warm air coming in from the south. So we've got 30 mile per hour wind gusts for Frederick, Gaithersburg by the 9:30 tonight, 32 in the city, 34 at Dulles, 33 at Manassas, and 33 at Fredericksburg. Those winds continue to be strong. By the time we get into the overnight hours, oh my goodness, 40 mile per hour wind gusts in the city. Look at Fredericksburg, 45 mile per hour winds. Now, if you are not a sound sleeper and you're in Fredericksburg or Quantico, even in the city, and things start flying around, you're going to hear it. And this is why I keep telling you to secure your outdoor holiday decorations, because in winds like this, things are just not going to hold up very well. Here we go now as we get into the afternoon hours on Monday. Still strong winds, 39 mile per hour winds in the city, 34 at Manassas, 37 at Frederick, 36 at Hagerstown. Monday night, winds are still strong. Back up to the 40s again. 43 mile per hour wind gust in Martinsburg and Hagerstown, 44 at Winchester. So now we go into Tuesday and things are not improving. Here's the pre-dawn hours on Tuesday, where those winds are gusting up to 43 miles per hour. Hagerstown, Winchester, look at that. But if you look at the arrows, now we got a shift. The winds are coming from the northwest. So we've gone from a warm southerly wind flow to a very cold northwesterly wind flow. That's why we're going to end up having some significant wind chills by the time we get to Tuesday. Tuesday morning, 7:30 a.m., if you're heading out to work, be aware 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts for Hagerstown, 38 at Frederick, 36 at Dulles, 34 at Gaithersburg, 37 at Baltimore. So these winds are relentless, okay? You're not getting a break. 12:30 midday. All right, so maybe you're at work, you're going out for a bite to eat. Hang on to your hat. Here we go. Anywhere from 23 at Leonardtown to the lightest to 39 at Gaithersburg, the strongest, 38 at Hagerstown. So, the entire period of time from tonight right through until Tuesday, we're dealing with these winds. The difference is we start off with a warmer wind coming in from the south, which boosts our temperatures, and then we go to a colder wind coming in from the northwest, which does the opposite, drops our temperatures fairly rapidly. So the difference between the high on Monday in the 60s to Tuesday in the 30s is pretty dramatic. And that's what I'm talking for our air temperatures. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we're still got the gusty winds on Tuesday. And there's a wind alert. Now, I'm not going to be surprised if at some point tonight or even tomorrow, we start seeing more of these wind alerts being issued by the National Weather Service. Right now, there's a high wind alert for areas of western Maryland, western Virginia, and western West Virginia, along the Allegheny Front, West Virginia Panhandle. Because in this area, the sustained winds, not the gusts, the sustained winds are up to 40 miles an hour. The gusts are from 60 to 65 miles per hour. We're talking possibly down trees, we're talking widespread power outages, and definitely your decor is coming down. Even in the city, even where we are, where we're seeing the winds gusting up to 40 miles an hour, I will not be surprised if we start hearing about power outages through the DMV and any issue with trees. I will not be surprised at all. So keep that in mind. We're talking a danger level here. Here's a look at the wind chill factor. So on Tuesday, with those winds, you factor in the cold winds coming in from the northwest, and you factor in the temperatures, and here's what it's going to feel like when you step outside. By 9:30 Tuesday morning, it's going to feel like it's 17 in the city, only 9 at Martinsburg, 11 at Hagerstown, 7 at Cumberland. So once again, we're in the danger zone for your health in terms of wind chills. It's going to stick around in the teens and the 20s throughout the day. This is 1 o'clock in the afternoon, feeling like it's 19 in Frederick, 16 in Hagerstown. 3 in the afternoon, not much change there at all. And then by the time we get to the evening hours, once again, Tuesday evening, feeling like it's in the teens and the 20s. Remember, it only takes, 30 seconds for your skin to be affected, when it comes to being out in the cold if you're not wearing gloves or mittens. So those are the wind chill factors. Wednesday, pre-dawn, same story, into the teens and into the 20s. We end up with this warmer flow that I spoke about. As the jet stream is to the north, we get that warmer influx of air coming in from the south to boost our temperatures. Then we go the opposite. Jet stream goes to the south, colder air comes in from the north-northwest, and then we end up with this cold blast. And that's what's going to happen as we get closer toward New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. So let's take a look at all the temperatures for the 7-day, and we'll put this together for you. Just a bit of a summary. So today, 45 degrees, a few showers coming through. Tonight, the winds begin to get gusty, up to 40 miles per hour overnight. Monday, Tuesday, those gusty winds in excess of 40 miles per hour, even 50 miles per hour in some places. And don't forget the 60 to 65 mile per hour winds over our far western zones. Wednesday, still a bit breezy, a mixture of sun and clouds, pretty cold for New Year's Eve, temperatures down to the 20s. Thursday, we get a mixture of sun and clouds. By Friday, we're cooling down again and then slightly warming up a little bit on Saturday. Don't forget, Tuesday morning, wind chill values. If you're going out anywhere early in the morning or throughout the day, those wind chill values will be single digits, teens, and 20s. Layer up, dress warm if you have to be out in this weather. And don't forget, when we have conditions like this, it's always important to check on your elderly neighbors and friends and make sure that they're safe and that they are okay. This is weather that you really have to take seriously, especially with those winds.
Absolutely. I think we all should, bundle up and keep ourselves moisturized during this time and make sure when we head out there, we have what we need, especially if you're going to be out and about ahead of New Year's Eve to see your family and friends. But yeah, Gwen, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Well, right now, a new announcement from the University of Michigan for their athletic department. Let's get right to that right now.
Progress. You're continuing to try to build resources, and that's another, other than the retention of the players, that will probably be job two, is making sure that we get with the right folks and get the resources that we need to put that roster together and build it from there. So. Hey.
Wolverines wire and Locked On Wolverines. That you spoke about trying to assemble a staff. I know you can't mention any names, but what's your philosophy as far as bringing guys in? Are you looking to try to have any kind of balance with anyone that's already kind of seeking the administration?
Yeah, well, first of all, you got to bring in guys that you're familiar with and you trust and you've worked with. I think that's always a starting point. I've had some good resources. Urban Meyer, I don't know if that's a four-letter word in this room or not, but Urban and me are very tight. Got some counsel from him. He's been a few places, and the key is to get guys in that you trust, get guys in that you're familiar with, that do things your way, know what I expect, what my expectations are. But at the same time, I'm not precluding the chance that we will keep some coaches from the current staff. There's some excellent coaches on the staff right now, and I'm going to tell you that most likely there will be a few faces that stay on and help bridge that. It's much easier to be in the staff room and meeting and say, hey, I wonder how they do this here. And if you got a guy right there that's done there, been there, done that's a big help. So I would anticipate, of the 10 full-time coaches, 7 or 8 new guys and 2 or 3 holdovers. Oh, hello. Okay.
I was just curious, was there any hesitation on your part? A lot of people say, oh, you got to hire a Midwest guy to coach a Midwest school. And I had to follow up on what do you think of Ohio State? That's sort of an important topic.
Well, I think they got a good football team, and they're in the playoffs, obviously, and they're very talented. But I would say that I'm just excited about the opportunity here. I got distracted. Tell me the thrust of your question again.
Sorry, I distracted you. A lot of people say, well, you got to hire a Midwest.
Oh, Midwest. Yeah, that's right. There is some truth to that in a way, but Michigan is going to cast a wide net recruiting coast to coast. And so I've got a lot of contacts, particularly out west, but also in Florida, Texas. We're going to have some coaches on the staff that have worked, in the ACC and out this way in the Midwest, and so I think that might be overrated a little bit as far as geographically where you come from. But I can tell you right now that we will have a staff that is very diverse and has roots in many different places in the country. But again, a school like Michigan is going to recruit top athletes from East Coast to West Coast, so we got to be able to do it all. Family culture, without a doubt. It's a situation where I believe in family. I've got an adage that as coaches, we love the players love each other. And if we can get that done in the locker room and make sure we have a genuine love for each other, then you're halfway home. Also a team culture, it's all about the football team. There is nobody above the team. And got to have everybody buy in, that everybody, including myself, need this team more than this team needs them. And if we got everyone on that page and understanding that concept, then that's going to be a very positive thing. Tougher and tougher each year. It becomes more challenging. There's no doubt about it. Roster turnover. Some teams are turning over 70% of their roster every year, and so that's a challenge. I would at Michigan it's a little less than that. We don't have as much turnover. I think the retention is very good here, but the key there is the players that are here and understand what we want, what the culture is. They're responsible to set the standard for the guys that are coming in. And another thing that I believe strongly in is that you will become us. We will not become you as far as the players that are coming in. You will become us and do things the way that we do things. Well, Michigan here is playoffs. I mean, you got to get to the playoffs. That's our expectation. That's my expectation. You know, Big Ten championship. You know, obviously will get you to the playoffs, but if you can get to that 10-win mark, that usually is a pretty good indicator that you will be in the playoffs, especially when they expand, which is going to happen at some point soon. And so that, you know, that's the bar. I mean, the University of Michigan, how can it be any different than that?
Just to be clear, do you dislike Ohio State?
I do now, I guess, but like I said, I followed them for quite a while. Me and Urban were on the same staff at Utah. I was his defense coordinator, so there was a real tight bond there, and I followed his career and obviously stayed in touch throughout the course of his career and had great success there. But now I'm on the right side of the deal now. So, yeah.
In the back left, Sam.
Sam Gibson, Michigan Daily. You mentioned you're going to have some one-on-one conversations with
Mm-hmm.
players in these upcoming days. What is your role going to look like during the bowl game?
I'm going to try to stay out of the way. You know, these guys have been coaching these guys the whole season. You know, it's you know, I'm excited to be around, observe, but I'm going to stay in the background and excited to start meeting with these players. I already met with one player. You can probably guess who that was, our quarterback, Bryce Underwood. That was a great conversation. Spent about 45 minutes with him this morning, but mostly evaluating, meeting individually with players, on the phone to the recruiting class, making sure they get to know me and feel comfortable coming in. And during the game, I'll be up in the box, you know, out of the way from the coaching staff. And I did meet with the coaching staff as well, by the way, and you know, just was brutally honest with them that, hey, you know, they're all, you know, experienced coaches. They know the deal. What really sucks is you can win 9 games, possibly 10, and be out of a job. I mean, that's just the reality of the profession. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality of it.
Gentleman on the aisle.
Jay Drew.
Jay Drew, how you doing, buddy? All the way from Salt Lake.
Happened to be in town.
Oh, just happened to be in here. Okay, great. That's right.
Kyle, pardon me for asking about Utah again, but given all that you accomplished as board manual just laid out for everybody at Utah, do you feel like you were treated fairly by the university in the last couple of weeks?
Yes, I have. You know, the administration of the university, for my entire time there, has been very supportive, and they treated me well. You know, again, it was my decision to step down, and I just felt again that you know, the time was right. And I've seen too many coaches hang on too long, and just, you know, gosh, why didn't I retire 2 or 3 years ago? That type of deal. And so, in fact, I contemplated stepping down before last season, but we had such a frustrating season. We were our 5th quarterback at the end of the year, and just so frustrating that I just could not end on that note. And so came back and righted the ship, so to speak, and we got back on track. But you know, no, to answer your question, the university treated me nothing but good during my time there. The community, you know, we had 100 straight sellouts and counting, and the support, and it was just a very enjoyable ride in Salt Lake City.
To the gentleman on the left there with the hat, yes.
Coach, Matt Hartwell, SB Nation, very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You bring with you a very outstanding reputation for in-state recruiting. What will be your plan of attack for recruiting the state of Michigan?
Well, you always want to take care of your own backyard. There's no doubt about that. We'll put a priority and an emphasis on in-state recruiting in Michigan, obviously, and that'll be, you know, got to start developing relationships with the high school coaches and making sure that we get some good relationships going there with us and the staff. We'll put a lot of manpower in the state of Michigan. You know, we'll divide the state up and get plenty of coverage. And so that's really just the key, is to make sure that we don't miss anybody in the state of Michigan, and that we take care of that job one and then branch out from there.
In the back middle, Zach.
Zach Edwards, Michigan Daily. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Zach.
In terms of like doing the retaining of players and having those individual conversations over the next few days, what is your personal philosophy and how do you kind of go about those conversations with the players?
Well, just make sure that we're on the same page. You know, they know what my expectations are, and they, you know, make sure I tell them. In fact, we addressed that in the team meeting last night, what I expect from them, all right, and what they can expect from me. And so it's just getting on the same page and making sure that you know, you got a good rapport with the players. I've felt through my career that one of my strengths is being able to have good relationships with the players, and to this day, and that's probably the most, you know, the most rewarding part of coaching football is the relationships, you know, with the players and the coaches, and that is the bottom line. And when I did step down, I had close to 1,000 texts, and most of those from former players and thanking me, and me thanking them, and so yeah, just that.
All the way in the back from Fox. William?
Morning, Coach.
Good morning.
Fox 35 News, Orlando. I'd love to hear any thoughts you have about playing at Campbell Stadium as a venue, and also competing here in the city of Orlando with the weather and the theme parks and everything else that we've got here.
Okay, Campbell Stadium. You got to enlighten me on that.
It's the Citrus Bowl.
Citrus Bowl. Okay, and
Just your thoughts on the stadium, the facility, if you've been here before.
I think we were here like 40 years ago, 30 years ago, literally. I was at BYU as a player, and we played in the Citrus. Is it the same Citrus Bowl? They didn't rename it or rebuild it, so I don't know. Anyway, I'm sure it's a great venue, but I can't really speak to it. It's been, like I said, 40 plus years since I've been there, but I'll be there. Was it Wednesday afternoon? And what?
Anything just to follow up about like playing here in Central Florida with the weather and the theme parks and anything else?
No, it's a great place to live, I guess. I mean, it's great weather and the theme parks. Kids love all that, so I guess that's my best answer to that. I kind of like Disneyland. I'm a Disneyland guy, so yeah. Okay.
Time for probably about four more questions. Starting the left there.
Hey, Sean Walker from KSL in Salt Lake City.
Okay.
Piggybacking off of what
Yep.
you were asking, you mentioned 21 years as a head coach of Utah is a really long time. Do you feel like your time at the U kind of prepared you for a top 4 or 5 job in college football, like you were saying?
Boy, I hope so. I think definitely learned a lot. That was my first head coaching job, so the learning curve early on was pretty steep for me. I don't care how much you think you're ready and how well prepared you think you are for a head coaching job until you've been in that chair. You don't really get it in the scope of everything that it entails. But yeah, I certainly hope I learned many lessons along the way. College football has certainly changed, in the last few years. I mean, it's a whole different ballgame now with transfer portal, NIL, rev share, and it's not done changing. I can tell you that right now. I think in the next 3 to 5 years, there's going to be significantly more change and more heading towards a NFL minor league type of a model. That's just my own personal opinion. But yeah, hopefully I've learned some lessons and been there, done that. I've been through the cycle 21 times now, and so I feel like I'm completely equipped to take over this position here.
All right, Thomas.
Hi, my name is Thomas from Michigan.
Thomas, okay,
Welcome.
thank you.
Couple things. Tony Alfred is probably I feel, is one of the best running back coaches in the nation. And hopefully he's probably somebody you feel to retain or try to think about retaining. And then number 2, obviously you step away from Utah. You're a big avid golfer. Did you ever think about the elevation change?
You know what? 10 yards a club, I think, is what the per club. So I've already got that calculated and figured it. Now I'm a 12, 13 handicap, so it doesn't, it's not like I know exactly where I'm hitting it every time. But I love golf, love to ski, ride motorcycles. I do it all. So I'm very. I keep busy. I'm not I've got more hobbies than probably the typical coach. But Tony Alford, a tremendous football coach. I was blessed to have at Utah his brother Aaron Alford before he passed away, worked for us for several years. So I know the Alford family, great family. And Tony, like I said, I got a ton of respect for him, and we'll see how things work out in that direction.
On the right, Aaron.
You mentioned being the quarterback this morning.
Uh-huh.
What can you share from that conversation? What was your message to him about staying?
Well, I did a lot of listening. I wanted to get feedback from him. I wanted to get to know him. Just everything from growing up, family. What's important to him. It was a great conversation. He's a special young man. Carries himself the right way. You got to have a quarterback. Quarterback's got to have that it factor, and Bryce has the it factor, and along with a ton of talent. Big, strong kid, 6'4", 225 plus pounds, and so he is. His ceiling is very high. And the offense we're going to bring in here, I think, is going to suit him to a T, and I think he's going to really, really excel and have a great experience here.
So we're going to finish with our last 2 questions. We're going to start with Angelique and then finish with Andrea.
Kyle, did you have any apprehension taking this job with an interim university president and a department that's currently with an investigation?
No, I don't think so. It's not that I don't think so. The answer is no. I didn't have any hesitation. There's some issues, missteps that are being taken care of, But the key is the players. The players are solid. The players here are rock solid. None of those issues, none of those things that we're dealing with involve the players. And to their credit, they just kept grinding and kept after it, and so impressed with that, because there was a lot of distractions and a lot of adversity, I guess you can say. But I got no doubt that everything's going to be handled properly. We'll see. I'm not close enough to the, or knowledgeable enough and privy enough to exactly what's going on in the details. But I've got full confidence that we'll come out of this just fine.
The last question with Andrea.
As a follow-up to what Angelique just asked, Koji said there just needs to be a cultural reset at Michigan, just given some of the stuff that's come up over the last couple of years. I'm wondering just how many questions you've asked about what has transpired at Michigan and how someone from the outside can now come in and establish your culture at Michigan.
Well, my culture is going to be with the players, and that's what what I'm concerned with is the players. Like I said, I certainly know the general gist of what transpired, and in the series of, I guess we'll call them unfortunate events, but not really fazing me. I mean, the players are a great group of kids. They're hungry. They're they got a lot of want to in them, and I just that's where my focus is. I'm a football coach. I focus on coaching the team, and everything else will be handled in due time and in due process.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate everyone coming. We will have both Athletic Director Ward Manuel and Coach Whittingham available for a few minutes off to the side here before we head off to practice. It'll be a very brief session, and then we'll have to leave. So thank you very much, everyone, for attending.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
You're on this side.
I'm on this side.
That's a good side.
Good. How you guys doing?
All right, we were just showing you the live press conference for the Michigan new head coach Kyle Whittingham from Orlando, Florida. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back on Fox 5 Weekend Live on Fox Local.
I'm sure every team has a list of coaches. This was kind of a unique situation. Once you kind of putting on the kind of stood out the machine, zeroing in, started part-time.
Welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live. I'm Saida Abbas, and time now is 11:34. Thank you so much for joining us on our YouTube live stream and on Fox Local. Of course, we want to check in with James Colum from Local News Now. James, what are you guys working on?
Well, we have a firehouse primary for the in Fairfax County today, and December 28th from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. The polls close at 5 p.m. This is to determine the Democratic nominee for Virginia's 17th district for former Delegate Mark Sickles' position. Delegate Sickles was in his seat for just a little more than 20 years, and he decided to step down to accept a position as the director of finance for incoming Democratic Governor Abigail Spanberger. And so we have four nominees, we have four people running for that seat, and it's firehouse primary. Anybody can win. Now, Virginia's 17th district is in the Franconia area of Fairfax County, so we're talking the Alexandria area of Fairfax County, Springfield, and so yeah, we have four people in that race. It's anybody's race. We're going to have a low turnout. You look outside right now, there's not a lot of traffic. It's a little blustery. It's a little cold. So getting people out on the roads is getting people out on the roads in the voting booths is extremely important for these candidates. Now, we have the candidates are Russell Brooks. He is a retired U.S. State Department employee. We have Joy McManus. She is the vice chair for the Fairfax County Democratic Committee. We have Carla Bustillos. She is the president of the Democratic Party of Virginia's Latino Caucus. And we have Garrett McGuire. And Garrett McGuire is an AT&T lobbyist who chairs the board of directors for United Community. And McGuire has gotten some pretty impressive endorsements so far. He got endorsements from House Speaker Eileen Filler-Corn, Fairfax County Board of Supervisors Chairman Jeff McKay, the Providence District Supervisor Dahlia Palachik, and Fairfax County Sheriff Stacy Kincaid. So, you know, when you have these very quick turnaround firehouse primaries, these races, it's really not just a race for in the primary itself. It's like an endorsement race. You have to race to get all these endorsements as fast as you can, to get all of these other elected officials, elected leaders to back your candidacy. And we just saw the effect that this had for Delegate David Buliva's seat, and he recently, Delegate David Buliva in Fairfax, he just announced his resignation from the House so that he could join Spanberger's administration, and then you had a firehouse primary. And who gets it? Who wins the Democratic primary for that seat? His wife, Gretchen Buliva. So Gretchen Buliva, she wins that seat, but she got a rush of endorsements from all over the region, really used her contacts. So it looks like we have a firehouse primary. Polls close at 5 p.m. today. Go to Fairfax Now, ffxnow.com if you want to find out more about where to vote, how to vote, and polls close at 5 p.m. After that, we're going to have a special election on January 20th for that seat. And so that's one race that we're going to be closely covering. We're going to be looking at that and covering that tomorrow. We're going to be posting the results of today's primary.
All right, James, thank you so much. We appreciate your insight. Any fun plans for the rest of the day?
Oh my gosh. Well, I think that any fun plans for the rest of the day? Let me think about that. I'm going to hang out with my son. I got him a football for Christmas. So we're going to go out and we're going to throw the football around. At the same time, it's funny, you know, I got my kids all these toys and all these fun things, and so now we're going to go play with these toys. So we're going to play with the toys. We're going to also, I got them an Oculus, so I'm going to enter the virtual world, and I'm going to go play some paintball do that. And yeah, we're eating leftovers. We have so many leftovers, Saida. Oh my God, you got to come over. You got to help us with these leftovers. We have so much food, and we're gonna have food until like past the New Year. So we're eating leftovers. We're hanging out. We're watching the tail end of Christmas movies. And while there are a lot of great Christmas movies, I'm trying to think. I don't know if there are any really good New Year's movies. You know, I got to think about that. I got to think about whether there are any good New Year's movies. So we're still in the Christmas mode here. We still have the Christmas tree up, and but yeah, you know, I'm thinking about New Year's resolutions. I'm thinking about the year that we just went through, and boy, what a year we just went through news-wise in Northern Virginia, and it was a long one. It really was. So making some resolutions, I think in next year it's going to be a very interesting, fascinating year. So I think getting healthier, exercising, drinking a lot of water, stuff like that, those are among my resolutions.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for your insight. We appreciate it, and I'm sure you and people at home may have noticed we have an in-studio guest joining us this morning for Fox 5 Weekend Live, Alana Oglesby. Now, we also spoke yesterday. She's a stylist and a blogger, and we're going to talk all things fashion in the DMV area. Welcome to the show. Thank you.
It's so good to be back.
Yes. So she brought in all these pieces for us to talk about. Of course, it's the holiday season. You look amazing. So talk to me. What's your look all about today?
So today, obviously you see the plaids here. Plaids is a big staple in winter fashion.
Yes.
So had to stick out. But
yes,
also,
show it off to the camera right there.
There's plaid here. There's also fur that gives it a little bit of an elevated look. I have a polo on along with some pleated shorts. And by the way, this is all rented.
Really? From where?
From Newly.
Okay, this is rented from Newly too.
Yes. Newly is a great resource for budget fashion. It's one of the sites that we use that is you can buy six pieces on their membership, and all under the cost of less than $300. I got this blazer, I got this polo, as well as a few pieces on here I'll talk to you about as well. So I have, again, more plaid, a pleated skirt. They're very in right now.
Okay.
As well as this blazer. You also mentioned workwear. Yes, you also mentioned workwear.
We gotta figure out what we wear for work always. That's always important, right?
Yeah, so this blazer is one from Newly.
Oh, wow.
It's really nice. I love how it has the patch and the suede on the blazer. You can dress this up a little bit more with a turtleneck. And you see how I have my scarf tied on my turtleneck just to give it a little bit more of an edge and fashionable statement?
Yes.
Yes, that makes it work. And I also have a leather skirt from Zara that goes well with this as well, just because it matches. And I also brought out a New Year's dress that I know some of us are still getting ready for New Year's.
Yeah, look at this one. This is so pretty.
This is actually something from Forever 21 from
So
this
isn't Newly.
No, this isn't Newly, but this is definitely something on the more budget-friendly level. And you can actually increase this look with some gloves. I have some gloves here. To make it a little bit more elegant, you can add a touch of gloves to it, along with some jewelry.
Okay.
And I also have a fur this time.
So these are really interesting pieces. They're all different for like different occasions. Oh my God, this is incredible. It feels really warm.
Yes, this is actually from ASOS.
No way.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is adorable. Is it like faux or?
It's faux.
Okay.
It definitely gives you some of the most elevated vibes for the wintertime. I know we all love wearing some type of fur, whether it's faux or real. But here's a great option. You can look at ASOS for this. And it's actually at a very decent price too. You could also do a little bit more. We have more fur here.
Okay.
This is a little bit on the preppier side. So I know prep is very in right now. We have the plaid. We have the varsity sweater. I also have another accessory.
Oh, is this for the head?
It's for the head.
Okay.
I know you were asking more about accessories and how
Can I try this on?
You can definitely try it on.
Okay. All right. Oh my God, this is adorable. So is this, what brand is this by?
This is actually Fashion Nova.
Okay.
Fashion Nova is always on a budget in a good way. So, and this is also a great way to style with your fur coat or even with your outfit right now.
Yeah.
I think you look really, really cute.
Really? Thank you so
You look
much.
great with it.
This is adorable. So I think, what would you call this? Like just a headband if one of people look for it?
Yeah, this is a headband faux fur one. And I also have another cool piece here.
I just want to steal all of these clothes.
This is from Fashion Nova.
So she was wearing this yesterday when
I
we
wanted to
were
bring it
previewing
back.
the segment. So I really loved it. I'm glad you brought it in. So this one is from where?
This is from Fashion Nova. And this was about less than $30.
That's not
but
bad.
I love how the thing with this is like it's a turtleneck. But adding the feathers to it was so simple. It made it upscale the look even more. And you can wear just a pleated skirt like this to do a look like this.
That's adorable. Take a look at this, you guys.
This is from H&M, this skirt.
Okay.
So H&M is another great source to go to for some great fashion on a budget as well. You can pair it with some thigh-high boots, which I have on right now, or you can even have some flats, like ballet flats are in.
Okay.
Especially if you don't like wearing heels so much. It's also a good option.
Yeah,
you know?
That's me. So I really admire like your eye because she's in the studio right now and this is a great look here. So she's wearing the jacket, but I think what really makes it stand out and pop, I think you talked about this yesterday, a lot of people forget how accessories can really upgrade an outfit because I'm looking at the scarf and my eye goes to that and it makes it look, even though everything is really well put together, the scarf really does it. It really brings that look up. So I know we talked about this yesterday, but what do you think is the biggest mistake people make when they are trying to put something nice together on a budget, you know? And I think you said accessories, usually people forget about those. So let's talk about that.
Yeah, so speaking about this scarf is actually thrifted.
Okay.
It says Givenchy on it, but it's thrifted.
Wait, but how did you find Givenchy thrifted?
I found it thrifted at a consignment store at Secundi. It's one of the best consignment shops in DC. It's been open for almost 30 years. And they have some of the best thrifted, consigned, vintage items that you could find. So I got this scarf for a super low price. And again, like you said, it elevates the whole outfit as well. So it's vintage. Again, I'm always trying to stay on a budget, try to also look fashionable as well. And that's the one mistake we do have when it comes to fashion sometimes is with the designer labels sometimes. Yeah. It can kind of almost get in the way. So sometimes just adding maybe something like simple as this can make your outfit stand out.
Absolutely. So can you talk to us about those thrift stores? Because I think sometimes people get things full price and they spend way too much. So in the DMV, what's your go-to thrift store?
So one of my go-to thrift store is definitely in DMV is actually Be Thrifty. It is in Woodbridge, Virginia. It's one of the largest thrift stores. Wow. Actually. I got a lot of my workwear, really nice blazers from there. Another one I have to say is 8th Avenue in Alexandria. And Vintage and Union Market is one of my favorites as well, just because we have several vendors in that thrift store and they each have their own identity and their own fashion style. So many great finds in there. You definitely have to check it out. You definitely should too.
How far are these from, I would say maybe the DC area or the Bethesda area?
Well, Secundi's in DuPont Circle.
Okay.
So not too far out. And then Be Thrifty is in Woodbridge. That's a little bit more of a long haul. But that's more for the Virginia end. 8th Avenue is on Alexandria. So I'm trying to have at least, and then we also have Vintage in Union Market. So you have at least a total of 4 that can go either in the DMV.
So I want to talk about your outfit here. If you want to come to the center, you know, I love the pink shorts. I love the thigh-high boots as well. And the jacket is super, you know, interesting because there are pink lines on it that go with the shorts here. So kind of how did you put that together? I know shorts like that. What are they called? Is there a name for it?
These are pleated shorts. These are from ASOS.
Oh, wow.
I do shop on ASOS as well.
Yeah.
ASOS has their own luxury and also has their own specifically designed pieces. You can actually find a lot of them at a good price. And good catch with the pink because that's exactly why I paired it with it. I spotted there was pink in this jacket, and I wanted to pair it with something pink as well. I just so happened to have the pink shorts and wanted to reuse, because I've worn these before, but whenever I see something I can match, I try to see how I can piece it together, and that's how I do styling.
Okay, and so do you work with people? Do you ever help either friends, or do you have clients that you know, help put together their looks? And that is also something that's part of your, I would say, resume or workload, correct?
Yes, I definitely work with Shadiman Jones of Inspired My Style. She is one of the greatest stylists in DC as well, DMV. Definitely work together so many times, and I love styling people, especially for events. So event styling is one of the biggest things, especially with the new year coming up. I know some people already have plans for what things they want to attend. Obviously, the first is New Year's. So do you have your New Year's outfit yet?
I don't, you know, so I still have to look, and I'm thinking, you know, I'm going to steal something off of here, but I know when we think about New Year's Eve, it doesn't always have to be glittery or sparkly. No. It could be like just a nice statement coat like this one from, I can't believe it, ASOS, to go to a nice dinner. So when we see jackets like this, are these typically called faux fur, or?
Yes, it's typically called faux fur. And even if someone wanted to wear the real fur, there's also great vintage store options to search for them at a good price. There's also vintage resellers online that they also sell good prices too. And I also have like vintage watches, which are popular.
Really pretty.
So everything aligns properly, and again, also staying on a budget.
Yeah, and I know we were talking about renting a lot. I think a lot more people are getting into it now because you can get more of that variety in your clothing, in your closet as well. So I know you partake in it. We both actually use the same rental service called Newly. Yeah, so I think is that more sustainable, I think, for the fashionista locally, especially in the DMV area?
It's definitely sustainable, especially for the price it has for a membership. And you can have so many pieces. Like, honestly, I took the membership in with Newly and was able to have 6 pieces. 6 pieces. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, 6 is for that price is like pretty decent.
Really decent. And you have so many like nice brands, such as this one. This is Anthropology.
Okay.
This is Anthropology. I have some from Liz Claiborne. I have also things from Nordstrom. But I really believe that if you really invest in your fashion, especially on budget options, you will have no problem standing out and making a statement. As far as with Newly, it's definitely great, and it comes in handy for events as well. I go to a lot of events, and sometimes I don't have time to go to the store and shop, or maybe not, or maybe I don't have the time to outfit plan what's already in my closet. But it's definitely a great resource.
Yeah, it definitely is a great resource. So when you describe your fashion sense, I know some people say their fashion sense was really grungy, funky, or classic. So how would you kind of describe yours?
I feel like mine is on the regal and a little bit of chill. Today it may seem a little bit more up with regal and preppy, just because I'm trying to do trending.
Yes.
So it's wintertime. Plaid is in. I even added beret, a little Parisian chic there, and that's also cold. So I wanted to wear a different type of hat and just look somewhat of a different style and use the pieces that I was given from Newly, budgeting on a budget.
Okay, so what advice do you have for the fashionistas in the DC area? You know, if they want to step up their look, but they don't want to spend too much.
I definitely give the advice of be open to options. Don't always be so quick to jump to luxury. Look at how a piece is made and see how you can assemble something just like art.
Just like art. I love that. I love that so much. So when you started in fashion, I think what was that driving force where you were like, I have to do this, I want to be a part of this world?
For me, I think what happened was my mom worked in New York. So anytime she would get ready for work, I would always be paying attention to how she gets dressed and how we would get dressed to go to certain things. And she would always like look at us and be like, oh, so you're wearing this, but what about you add this, and you know, add this statement piece or add this jewelry. And it's just sort of like, oh, well, I never like see, like, this is like painting a picture.
Yeah.
And having an expression, and when people see that, it's just sort of like how you said even this morning, it's like, oh my God, like that is amazing how you put this together.
Oh my God, I love the fact that she's from New York. She's a New Yorker. That means that she's just, because I think the fashion sense there is just inevitable. When you're walking around, everybody is wearing their own, like I love walking around Soho and just seeing what people are wearing. So I definitely think that you got the fashion gene from Mama.
Yes.
You know, so shout out to Mom. Where can we find you on social media? People sometimes struggle to like put outfits together, put you know, clothes together. I did this morning. I'm running out of bright colors, so I wore a gray blazer today. But I think people would probably want to reach out to someone like you, right, to put looks together for an event. So where can we find you?
You can find me on social media on Instagram with Where to Find Her, and as well as on TikTok, Where to Find Her. I did want to add one more thing.
Yeah.
With DMV, I know sometimes we're not usually called the fashion city.
I feel like we should be.
We should be. There's so many fashion influencers and bloggers and stylists that need to be put out there more, and this is why I'm so happy to be here, just because we're showcasing more fashion and knowing that even though we're overlooked, we are here. We are fashion.
You know what? Are we overlooked? I'm not sure. I think I've seen some of the best looks here, especially near Capitol Hill, when I go to Georgetown, even here in Maryland, Bethesda. I think just because, you know, we have people that work in the government, we have people who are artists. I just love walking around, really like bird watching, people watching, and like people have their suits, other people are more casual. I'm a mess on my day off. I literally just have pajamas on. But I think people don't understand that this is one of the most fashionable cities, I would say, in the world. New York doesn't have anything on us, but yeah, I agree with you as well. So thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. I really enjoyed these, and I might try to steal one of these looks right now, but we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back after this short break right here on Fox 5 Weekend Live.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live. I'm Saida Abbas. Time now is 11:58 on this Sunday afternoon, or we're still in the morning phase right now, but right now we want to talk all things politics ahead of President Donald Trump and Zelensky's big meeting that is going to take place in Mar-a-Lago in Florida. And joining us now to discuss all that and more when it comes to our top political stories is our very own expert, Marley Hornick. She is the CEO of Real America Vote. Marley, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Saida, or I guess 2 minutes more to go, like you said.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we're going to have this huge meeting tomorrow. And, you know, I think one of the most important things for Americans to understand about this meeting is how different President Trump's approach is to foreign policy and the issue of other countries' affairs than we've seen in previous administrations. And I think the main thing to highlight is that it appears like his absolute priority is just to try to bring peace between these two countries. He is refusing to take a side. He is refusing to say he absolutely comes down with Zelensky or absolutely comes down with Putin. He is refusing to side with the EU as well. In fact, his foreign policy directive for 2026 highlights the fact that the EU appears to be in its own crisis and America can't solve it. If they're not going to enforce immigration laws, they're not going to enforce criminal laws, they're going to lose their right to be a Western civilization. They're going to be overrun. And so I think it's really important as we go into watching this meeting and seeing things unfold. Remember, President Trump's objective is peace. He just wants the people of Ukraine and the people of Russia to live in security and safety, to continue their lives under God on this great green earth, and have the opportunity to keep going with their families and whatever else they need to accomplish. I think that may be the most important take home is we are really witnessing a major shift in foreign policy by President Trump refusing to take a side, refusing to sacrifice more American taxpayer dollars over to NATO than is warranted, refusing to continue sending massive appropriations to Zelensky, and we'll have to see how it unfolds. But
Absolutely.
Zelensky, he came out. He's a little, a bit unhinged, quite frankly. And I'm not saying Putin is a trustworthy character, but he literally came out and was intimating that he thinks he's just going to wait this out until President Trump is no longer in office and Putin dies. Those were his own inferred statements. So it's hard to accept his ideas or his claims that he's really all about a peace negotiation right now when he, on outside the other side of his mouth, he's saying such things.
Absolutely. So when you talk about President Donald Trump and you compare that to the Biden administration, how would you say his approach is towards Ukraine and Zelensky, especially ahead of this big meeting? We're all going to be keeping our eyes on it.
Well, I think formerly United States foreign policy was governed largely by the idea that the United States and other countries are fundamentally the same. I think what the Trump administration is showing the American people is how different we are. We are a country of laws. We are a country of legitimate elections, unlike Ukraine, unlike Russia. We are a country that truly focuses on securing individual liberty rights of our citizens. That's not something Ukrainians can rely on, or Russians, and it's not something America can change or fix. And so I think this is the biggest difference. It's not just funding. Yes, the Biden administration sent billions and billions of dollars, American taxpayer dollars, hard-earned money over to Ukraine, taking a side in this conflict, while Europe barely batted an eyelash at it financially. So, the American people, they're taking a side in a conflict that's not really our business and funding it. That's over now with the Trump administration. And I think a lot of Americans are really happy to see this shift. We've been watching this for decades, watching our taxpayer dollars fund other countries' conflicts with no obvious benefit to the American people in taking a side. So hallelujah for this change. I mean, really, it's going to save us a lot of money. It's going to help us with our own affordability issues by simply not giving money away to people just because they ask for it.
All right, Marley, given their history together, this is my last question for you. Do you think that Zelensky trusts President Donald Trump in this negotiation ahead of this meeting, given everything that they have spoken about earlier and the history, including his visit to the White House that happened earlier this year as well?
I don't think Zelensky is sincerely interested in President Donald Trump, except so far as he's a major international power broker. I think that's where Zelensky's interest in talking to Trump lies at all. Otherwise, I think he would like to do whatever he wants to do and has his own aims and ends. And like we discussed yesterday, where is this headed for the people of Ukraine and the people of Russia? Nowhere good. Both sides have lost over 1 million lives, and there's no particular obvious victory in sight, except that if the EU doesn't come and support Zelensky at this point, Putin's going to take advantage of the opportunity and extend Russia farther out into Europe than maybe they particularly prefer. But again, is that an American interest? Yeah, there's economic interest, there's trade interest, but specifically taking a side in the conflict, no, the Trump administration has been clear, and Zelensky has got to hear that. I think he doesn't prefer it, but he's going to have to hear it. The American people are not going to fund Europe if Europe is going to self-destruct.
All right, Marley Hornick talking all things Trump and Zelensky ahead of that big meeting in Mar-a-Lago this afternoon. Marley, we appreciate you joining us. Always love your insight. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back on Fox 5 Weekend Live.
Hello. All right, which do you want to do first?
Which one are you more passionate about? It's up to you.
It's up to you. Let's do holiday. We can do just what we went over today, and then we'll go into new.
Awesome. Apply.
Gonna keep it in
minute 38. I think.
Order.
Yep, it's on. Perfect.
How do you know it's on? Because it lights up?
When it's red. Oh, you want to maybe adjust to the thing, the shot?
Where do you want me?
124. I guess this is good. I'll just hit the buttons from here. So.
Okay.
And then that's the camera.
The whole time?
Mm-hmm. The 3 with the posted.
Cool.
Minute 12.
Oh, that was my knee.
Oh my God.
You heard that? Gotta get your yoga on. Oh man.
Damn. Are you a millennial too?
Yes. On the older
Gen
end
Zer.
of it.
We're getting up there.
Where do you see that?
Do you see that web break button? It usually has a countdown.
You show me later.
This one right here, 2023. I know, I just discovered it too. It's interesting.
Well, that's cool. Helpful. I would have never found that.
I know. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Hi there, welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live.
Hey,
You're watching us on
Saida.
Fox Local, and guess who is here once again? Our very own Fox 5 Stephanie Ramirez
How are you
joining us.
doing?
I am so good. How are you doing,
Sunday.
girl?
So last Sunday of 2025. How you
Well,
doing?
I think she's a bit tired, Stephanie. I just heard her knee crack during the break. We're both older millennials. Don't judge us. So time now is 12:07, and Stephanie is one of our best reporters, journalists here.
Oh,
She
you're
always
sweet.
comes in and she talks about those top stories. What are you working with?
Well, all right, so we're on air today. I was filling in for Maureen, day 2, and we're talking about different topics. One of them I do want to share is norovirus, which is going around the D.C. area, specifically in Virginia. Health department officials are saying that they are starting to see an uptick in this.
Okay.
And likely because holiday season, everybody's getting together and sharing. Sharing's not always caring when you're talking about norovirus. So I was asking the doctor, we're speaking with Kaiser Permanente Dr. Dana Ukwama, and she was explaining, she's a pediatrician, she was explaining that, because there's so many different things. We have RSV, COVID, the flu.
Yeah.
Norovirus is something that's highly contagious, and she was saying that really it attacks your GI system. So we're talking about inflamed stomach, your indigestion system, and so symptoms to look out for. It's not like the cough or you're sneezing, things like that. This is going to be again attacking your GI system. So unfortunately, I don't want to say it in a way that people aren't going to appreciate, but out the stomach, out the mouth, not out the stomach, out the mouth, out the basement. Fever we're talking about here, but vomiting is a big one. Diarrhea, body aches, and this is something that they say
serious.
It's not fun. It probably feels like you have food poisoning, I would assume.
Yeah,
but she was saying that it could spread in the first 24 to 48 hours. So people coming to your home may not even realize that they have it. So we were asking her, what to look out for, obviously the symptoms, but she was saying a main thing is dehydration. If you're dehydrated, go see a doctor right away. It really does impact the elderly or seniors and children as well. And since she's a pediatrician, I was asking her, what do you look for, especially with babies, right? Babies can't talk. So what do you look for there? She did give some specifics, saying to look for less than 2 wet diapers in 24 hours, the inability to make tears, vomiting so much that they don't want their breast milk or their baby formula. So yeah, that is something that we're going to see. She said there was an uptick around October. Okay. And then now they're starting to see numbers go up again in the Virginia area primarily. So, okay. Just keep an eye out for it. Everybody's going around. But again, sharing's not caring on everything.
No,
so.
I think I'm glad you talked about this. It's a great reminder, folks. I know people are getting together for New Year's Eve. So make sure you're washing your hands. That's a basic thing. If you are around somebody who's sick, wear a mask, keep your distance. If you are sick, maybe just skip the New Year's Eve dinner and
or
stay
she was
home.
saying, too, even you can wear a mask, right, if you're not feeling well, but you still have some things to do.
Yes.
Just protect everyone. I think we learned that lesson during COVID.
Yeah.
Another thing that's kind of going on now that we're looking at, so we're still making calls, but we do know for a fact that Prince George's County Council, tomorrow they have on their agenda to take up something regarding the vacant council seat. So 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, it says on the agenda, they're going to have a virtual special meeting plan. This is where they're going to have a briefing to go over the vacant at-large council seat. If you're paying attention to what's going on there, or if you maybe missed some news, the longtime council member, former chair of the council, this is Calvin Hawkins. Okay. He had announced that he is resigning effective December 22nd. He's going to be taking a position in the county executive's office. The Assistant Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Economic Development is what he's planning to take up. So now you have this open council seat. So Monday on their agenda, it does say that they're planning to have a briefing on this, but it's not just that. There's also an executive session planned for afterward. And then the third on the agenda is that they are looking to appoint a council member for that at-large open seat. Now, we actually got an email kind of flagging this, waving a red flag, and it looks like this person may have also reported this to the county's Office of Ethics and Accountability. This person was raising red flags, wanting to know why the rush, why this is being done now when we're between the Christmas and New Year holiday, where not a lot of people are paying attention, maybe not available to participate. According to county law, they have 30 calendar days to fill that position. And so that's why the question, why are they doing this now? And there were also some red flags waved on some other things, like the executive session that's happening in between. That's supposed to be, normally it's closed to the public. So there's some questions on why a closed meeting. And then also there were some questions raised about the concern that if someone from within the council is then elected for that at-large position, they would be taking that position without actually facing all of the voters they would normally face. So some questions there. We are reaching out to the folks involved, but again, that is on the agenda. And also interesting, I was looking up what the council had posted. They have 38 people who put their hat in the ring for that position. At least that's what we saw online. I don't know if anyone since canceled their bid since, but the council also posted their brief, so you can read about those different people who might be up for this position.
Yeah, a lot of people is to educate ourselves. We can always find that out online as well. I'm sure we'll be following that as one of our lead stories tomorrow with either Stephanie or one of us. So you could keep your eyes locked here on Fox 5. Any other stories we should keep our eyes out on?
I mean, there's a lot of stories. I don't know if you discussed the one out of Montgomery County that Julie was covering earlier. This was yesterday. We have a 13-year-old who was reported missing out of Kentucky
and found in Silver Spring
in Montgomery County. I think it's actually more like the Wheaton area, but it is also in the Silver Spring area as well. But yeah, there's questions on what was going on here. The family, I guess, is claiming that the teen had willingly went, and I guess the suspect now is the suspect involved maybe thought that this person was older than they claimed to be. A lot of questions there. So that investigation is going to be continuing as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to cover here in the DC area, the DMV area. On a lighter note, are you doing anything interesting with your family for 2026 coming in?
I mean, I'm going to have off New Year's Eve, so I'll be working the morning. So it's funny because our schedules, right? So I'll be working early morning, but have off the actual New Year's Eve to enjoy, which is not something I've been able to do for a few years. So I'm looking forward to that. I don't know. Do you have any traditions? My grandmother used to do 12 grapes on New Year's Eve.
Oh my God, you
Bring
told
in
me that.
one for each year. Do you do anything?
I just eat Chinese food on each. That's my thing. I'm so weird.
It's fun.
Well, I'm glad. I really want you to just enjoy your time because, like I said, you always work on that holiday.
Not always, but more recently we've been doing a lot of New Year's working. So I want to enjoy just like everybody else.
Yeah,
but we do. We have a good time in the newsroom as well.
Exactly. We're news folks. We work on the holidays. That's how it is.
This is what we do.
Exactly.
And thank you to everybody else working as well. We know a lot of folks, first responders, those in the hospitals. Like, thank you all for working the holiday season as well. We appreciate everybody.
Absolutely. Well, Stephanie Ramirez, one of our best journalists at Fox 5. We're going to take a live look right now at Mar-a-Lago in Florida ahead of that big meeting between President Donald Trump and Zelensky. We'll be taking a quick break here. We'll be right back on Fox 5 Weekend Live.
Cool beans. Thank you.
Second side of, look, we still got 18 seconds.
17. Damn, your mind. That math though. Here you go.
That math be mathin'.
Math be mathin'.
We're standing?
8, 7. Yes,
oh
I
my
think
gosh.
So. 3, 2, 1.
Bum, 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 bum.
All right. We are
That's
stepping
right. That's
up.
right. That's right.
Yes. That new intro, though.
Oh, man.
You know, the intro is introing.
Who designed that?
You know, I think we were first going with the Live Zone colors, and everyone was getting confused with us and calling it Live Zone, but it's Fox 5 Weekend Live. So we changed the colors.
You're
the
daggone right.
Creative Services, shout out to Creative Services.
That's so the little beat.
Yeah, the little beat is cute, too.
Yeah, I should put that together. Does she play it on her keyboard?
You know, I think so.
Yeah, that's good. I liked it. I liked it a lot.
How was your show this morning?
Our show was darn good. It's a darn good Commanders show. Game time. You can catch that every Sunday on Fox 5 linear. For those who don't know, people say linear. For on your television screens, you can catch that on Fox 5 every Sunday morning, 10:30. We break down everything that's gone right this year. Not so much, but things that have gone wrong with those Washington Commanders. I want to give a shout out to my guests that I had on today: Joe Yasharoff, Adam Gatkin, Marquez Davia, all of our friends and outstanding journalists who cover this team as well.
So what went wrong this year?
I believe that everyone, it is not hard to say that it began with the injuries. This has begun with the injuries, of course, with Jaden Daniels being injured on 3 different occasions. The last 3 times that he started a game, he did not end that game. He left out with an injury. You look at that game against the Green Bay Packers, that went down. We look at the game against the Seattle Seahawks, that was the awful injury, the elbow. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Did you see that when the elbow bent backwards?
I did.
But you
not
know
what you want to happen.
You look at the phenomenal athlete, and he's a phenomenal young man, but the phenomenal athlete that is a Jaden Daniels, if my elbow bent backwards like that and the weight of me fell on it, it would have snapped in half.
Oh my
and it
God.
snapped in half, and I would have been out for about 3 years.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels only out for, I believe, a total of 2 games.
Superhuman.
Superhuman. That's what they call him. Yeah.
You're getting kind of cut off. I'm going to have you take a step
Oh,
back.
where do you want me to go?
I don't know. Your forehead is like
Just
getting
move
cut
me.
off.
Oh, I'm
yeah,
tall,
perfect.
Saida.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Look at that.
Look
Yeah.
at that. Look at
So
that.
I'll
Well,
just stand over here.
I'm
in
trying
the
to be as
corner.
tall as Chad.
Yeah,
You know.
I'll just stand here.
Who put
and,
Chad
and
in
you
the
just
corner?
talk to me. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
Nobody.
Saida.
Nobody. Okay.
Yeah.
So what went
Okay.
right this year?
You know what I think went right? I think that what went right was Dan Quinn and this coaching staff and their ability to hold things together on the rails. Now, the team may not have won very many games as of late. I believe that as of right now, the time in which we are streaming now, that they have lost 10 of their last 11 games. Now, to put that into perspective, Saida, that means that this team has won 1 time in essentially the last 3 months. That's a long time to not go without W's, but to Dan Quinn's credit, these coordinators, Joe Witt Jr., Cliff Kingsbury, and the entire Commanders staff and locker room, they've held things together. A lot of times when you see teams who are falling down like this, everything falls apart. They're fighting in the locker room. They have checked out. Whether they're physically here, they're mentally in Aruba thinking about that vacation that they're going to have.
Stay in the present moment.
We've seen this team be where their feet are at, 10 toes down, fighting hard week in and week out. Saw it again this past weekend in Dallas, in which they gave up 21 quick points to the Cowboys, but kept fighting all game long and ended up putting themselves in position with an opportunity to win that game. So shout out to Dan Quinn and the way that this entire team has stayed locked in despite the results not going the way that they wanted for it to.
Lock in.
Come on, lock in.
Yes, come on.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else did you guys talk about on the show? He had a couple of speakers as well that
That's
come in
right.
for every show.
Yeah.
So what's kind of the
Waiting
format?
for you to make your appearance on Fox 5's Game
sneak
Time.
in
Saida.
one day.
Yeah.
Yes, one day.
Yeah.
So when we talk about game day, and the show airs every Sunday, correct?
Every Sunday at 10:30 a.m. Yes.
Okay, 10:30 a.m. So how did kind of that get started for you here? You know, was that always something you wanted to have a sports show? I know Chad does a lot of those tailgates for us, helps us out, and he talks to fans outside. Man of the people, obviously, which is why he's able to talk to so many people he might or might not even know, right? So I always say this, and like every time you send Chad out there, he's able to get interviews in like 2 seconds, which I love.
Yeah.
So was it something that you wanted to just hone in on sports and have an entire format just focused on the Commanders and sports in general?
Got you. Number one, I love the people. love the people, and I truly believe, not to go hugely macro here, I'll bring it back to micro, but to go macro, Saida, I believe that as we look at the ever-changing landscape of where television and where streaming and where news and where sports, etc. are going, I believe if I can be frank, can I be frank on your show?
Oh, yeah.
If this was Loud AF, I would tell you that you could say whatever the heck you wanted to, because that is the point of it.
Well, streaming, I think you can say anything.
I can say anything.
Yes.
So to be frank, Saida, the reality of it is that linear television is not dying. For the most part, it is dead. And with that comes the traditional Big J style of journalism, i.e. sitting in front of a desk and talking at people. That also, I'm sorry, I'm going to offend even some of our colleagues right now. But hey, I got to tell the truth. You brought me on here. You might not bring me on here anymore. But that idea of talking, that's what I'm talking about.
We need content.
Talking at people, talking at your fan base, talking at your listeners is no longer something that is effective and or impactful. You must be able to speak the same language. I read a book somewhere in which one of my favorite quotes, it said that a shepherd should smell like its sheep, Saida. A shepherd, let that one rain down on you. A shepherd should smell like its sheep. What does that mean to you?
You should have things in common with the viewers.
You should be in there with them.
You should be
in there with them, engage with them. Not talking at your viewers, but speaking with them.
Yes.
With them, locked in step by step. So the whole idea of the way that we tell sports stories through the eyes of the fan, because that's the individual that is actually most impacted outside of the players, and we know that the players are, but it's the fan base. It is, when we're talking about the Washington Commanders in specific, this is a fan base, one of the most loyal, one of the most passionate, one of the strongest fan bases in all of professional sports. They had to go through some 2+ decades of moribund football that was being played here, filled with scandals, filled with losing seasons, filled with no admiration for what it was that was going down. It was an abomination to this fan base, what it is that they had to go through. So now when you see this team coming up, and last year, the miraculous season that it is that they had, to be able to see the joy and the passion of these fans, and not only see it, but allow for them to tell the stories of when Jaden Daniels throws that Hail Mary, Saida.
Hail Mary.
When Jaden threw that Hail Mary, to be able to speak with the fans, with the people, to hear how that made them feel. When Philadelphia came in here to Northwest Stadium, and the Commanders smacked them down and sent them back up 95, to be able to talk to the people about how that made them feel. That's what was impactful. Even when the Washington Commanders lost to your god-awful Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship
I'm not in this.
game.
I don't have a horse in the race.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I brought you in. I got you.
Yes.
To speak with fans afterwards, and the heartbreak and the dismay that they felt,
the
tears, the pride that they also had for the team, to speak with them about that truly is the story. And we've carried that on here through this year as well. Not the season that the fan base anticipated, but still passionate, loving. It's all about heart, and that is the way that we tell those stories for the Commanders.
I love that. Through the eyes of the fans, losses, wins, all the emotions that they go through.
That's right.
You get your hopes up, you go to the game, then they lose, and then it's like, I bet on this team, I'm going to lose money.
Yeah.
And then if they win, obviously that's a party, right?
Yeah, because I'm going to just continue being a truth speaker here, Saida, because that's what it is that we're doing here. I'm going to continue being a truth, because I see some, and we're not going to call out any names, but I see some other individuals after the post games, right? Who do technically the same thing. Nobody does what I do, but who technically have the same titles and positions as I have. And after the game, they go down to the sidelines because it's a glamour shot, right? You're in front of the stadium is behind you, and it's this beautiful shot. And I see these other guys, they go down. Look, are you getting nervous right now? What might Chad Mercado say?
No,
okay.
I'm fixing my hair. Okay. Sorry, guys.
Here we go. You got to go down there, and I see them, and they look so beautiful in front of that empty stadium, and they are talking to people, at people who just watched the damn game, and they're telling them what they just watched on the game. You know what that is? That's boring. That's boring, that's lazy, and it's not entertaining. And you know what? Where the world is right now, don't nobody want to see that no more. Go out, be a shepherd, be with your sheep, get the feelings and the emotions that the people who are impacted by this, how it is that they feel, not just bloviating over what it is that you saw and regurgitating to the people what they just watched on their gosh darn television screen.
Well, this is why Chad is a man of the people.
I bet you better, yes.
It's authenticity, right?
Yes.
That's what we're getting at here. We can't just be like, hey, by the way, they lost. How do you feel? And you're just like really getting into the community. They also know you as well. I think sometimes Chad goes somewhere and they're like, hi, Chad. I'm like, everybody knows him.
Yeah, it might have something to do with the fact that I wear ridiculous outfits like this.
I'm
not hard to pick out of the crowd. But no, I think that I have built my entire professional life, even before I got here to Fox 5, on connecting with individuals.
On a human level. On a human level, yes.
On a human level. That is, if there's nothing else that I do, that is what is the most important to me. So I want, for when I come out here into these streets, I want for people to not just say hi. I want for them to come and to hug. Let's hug. Let's hug. Let's embrace. Because if you feel as though when you see me that we have a kinship, that we are connected in some way, then that means that I'm doing my job the right way, and that is what it is that I pride myself on.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you're saying when you go to the stadium, you try to be around the people, talk to them, and experience the game through the people, with the people. And certain people just go down there after the losses or the wins and just set up the shot. And that's, I think, what's different here at Fox 5. I think a lot of us, we are personalities. We're not just news people. We also have our own personalities, and that's truly what connects people like Chad with the public as well.
So, and we have a lot of other individuals here at Fox 5 who do the same thing.
Absolutely. So what's one thing, what is one piece of advice that you want to give a young person at home? Because a lot of people look up to you, right? There's so many people that are going to school right now for sports broadcasting. What piece of advice do you have for them? How much has the industry changed in the last even 2-3 years? So I think folks, especially our younger folks, need to know what they need to do to, be one day in this arena.
Yeah, versatility. Versatility is 1, 2, and 3, obviously. I mean, again, right now you're watching us right now on a streaming platform.
Fox Local.
This is where the industry, this is not where the industry, I think that a year ago, we thought that this is where the industry was going. This is no longer where the industry is going. This is where the industry is.
Okay.
I mean, you look at other platforms, and we'll bring it back to sports and whatnot, but you look at other platforms, what is it, the Emmys or the Grammys that is going to be streamed on YouTube now?
I think it's the Oscars, actually.
The Oscars, I was going to get it right with one of those or so. But the Oscars being streamed on YouTube.
I was surprised.
That's right. You look at football games on Christmas, all of those were on Netflix, I believe that it was, or Amazon, etc. But either way, it is the streaming platforms that are now becoming the rave. So if you are a young person, or you are someone who is inside his age range, or even as old as I might be.
You're super young.
In spirit, super young. But either way, no matter who it is that you are, right now, versatility is the key. The ability to be able to do all things within this media market. So you must be able to do
hosting.
Come on, name them out.
Social media. You have to also make sure that you're active on social media. Talk to people. You make videos, and that's kind of like the first eyeballs go there first on Chad's Twitter. Sorry, X. It's X now. No. Instagram, Facebook. Correct.
Sure.
So really step up that social media persona as well.
Step up that social media persona, build, and this is cliche, it's said so often, but build your brand. Build your own brand. What can you bring to a station? Not just what platform can a station give to you. What audience can you bring to the station? And as much as I say this, it would not be beneficial if I didn't say this. Do all of those things. Build your own brand. Key into all of that: versatility, social media, streaming, etc. And also, daily commit yourself to being better at the small things. Because the tenets of journalism still exist. The writing, the storytelling, the reporting, the getting the facts right and the sources and everything else. Still be the big bold, wear outfits like this, but still do the small things, the important things as well also.
Absolutely. I started as an intern many moons ago. I'm super old, but we also have a great internship program here at Fox.
What a
5.
wonderful internship program
We have amazing interns. They come here, they get hands-on experience. So part of it, become a great journalist, be a good writer, learn how to, be authentic on camera, do the right thing, research sources, interviews, make sure you get characters, not just officials when you're putting that package together. But again, a big part of it is, I would say, the internships at Fox. They help a lot as well. So our interns, they get to experience us during what we're doing in the newsroom. They're in the studio. They do social media. They do all sorts of things. You've worked closely with them.
I mean, they do so many great things that they end up getting jobs here as well.
Yeah, they come back.
Shout out to Maddie Mills, who is an intern who now works here. Shout out to
Joey Bark.
To Joey Bark, who is Maddie's phenomenal as well. Maddie's phenomenal. I love Maddie. Shout out to Joey Bark, who is absolutely
he's on the live
absolute beast. Joey Bark is going to run this world. He's phenomenal as well. Shout out to Lauren Katz, big Lauren Katz, who's in the newsroom also. My intern this past year, Isaiah Woodley, has been so good that I've been able to bring him onto my show because he's so talented and so quality. And that list goes on and on and on. Lauren Harrington was phenomenal this past year. Shout out to Nick. I'm going to forget so many different names, but the key to this is that our internship program here does everything that we're talking about. It allows for an intern to come here into Fox 5, spend the summer with us, and learn every one of those different aspects: streaming, social media, reporting, anchoring, etc.
Photography.
Sammy, I want to give a shout out to both Sammys. Sammy, the young lady who is just through this roof.
Sammy.
She's going to run the world. Sammy's phenomenal. And Sammy, the young man, who is also phenomenal and plays the guitar and sings also. Just so much talent here. Comes through that Fox 5 internship pipeline and will be prepared to take on the world no matter where it is.
Jasmine was really good too.
Jasmine!
And we remember all of you. We remember all of them. Yes, and that's how it is. When you make it, when you get that internship, we always look for people who are really passionate, and all of these people stand out really.
That's
right. They leave an impression on us, and again, that's how I got started in the business. Internships are important, and maybe even taking like a part-time gig, if you truly want to get that experience, that's perfect as well. Our interns also sometimes help write web copy, so it's just like amazing experience. I think you would reach out to, if you want to become a part of it, reach out to Murphy Baker.
Come on, Murph!
Shout out to Murphy Baker.
Big
She
Murph?
does a great job with the interns here.
Yeah, no, Big Murphy does, that's big as in she's phenomenal, Big Murphy. Murphy's actually...
She's tiny.
Murphy's amazing is what a Murphy is. You say internship very interestingly.
Do I?
Internship.
Internship?
I've
internship?
never heard anyone
internship?
put the impetus on the T.
You know what? It might be the Philly accent.
That's what
I don't
I'm
know.
saying.
Internship. Library. Just kidding.
Ooh, goodness
Water.
gracious.
I got to work on my accent a little bit.
That's okay. I think you're beginning to be DMV here.
Exactly. I'm part of the DMV. I'm the DC resident now. So what have you gotten planned for the rest of the week? Now that the show is done, and then you're going to report through the week and anchor. So what's in the planner for Chad?
Yeah, who the hell knows, Said? I'll tell you.
It's always a different day. Chad also does a lot of news stories too. So he's all across the board. Entertainment. He's interviewed Tyra Banks. I wish I was here when you did that. Because
Tyra's my people.
She's my childhood.
Yeah, you want me to call her?
Top Model. Yes.
I can call her right now.
America's Next Top Model was that show.
Yeah, I can call Tyra. Tyra's my people. Shout out to Tyra. Shout out to Louis. They are I consider them friends, and Tyra Banks, as you all may know, and this actually pivots into a news story. Tyra Banks had opened Smize in Dream, what was a pop-up shop. There we go, Smize with the eyes.
With the eyes, not the... I love that. I remember that still. Remember?
Look at you.
You guys, that show was so good. And I remember when she would yell at the girl, she'd be like, "We believed in you.
Yeah.
We all believed in you."
That was good.
Do you remember that?
That was good television. Good streaming you're making there. We'll send that clip to her.
Yes.
If you thought that the Smize with the eyes was good, you should taste the ice cream as well, because the ice cream was just as amazing. She opened that pop-up shop. That's I reported on that. That's how the two of us got close. They're great people. Tyra and Louis, my wife and I, actually went out and did dinner with them. Can you imagine how phenomenal that is? You're at dinner with Tyra Banks, but she's such a cool person. Louis is such a cool man that it didn't feel like you were there with a superstar. You were there with your people.
Who's Louis?
Louis is her partner.
Oh,
her business partner.
God.
Her partner. Yeah.
Like business partner. Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
awesome.
But they're phenomenal. But of course, that has brought Tyra back into the news as of, I believe, about a week ago. Tyra is being sued by someone in Washington, D.C. because they were allegedly, according to the reports, they were looking to start a SMICE headquarters in Washington, D.C., but they did not like the space that they were signing on, so they pulled out of the deal, and the landlord is suing Tyra Banks right now. And again, those facts, we will let the other reporters such as you report those facts exactly. But if this does continue, I hope to get Tyra Banks on the phone, on video, to get official word from her on exactly what went down there.
Absolutely. That's interesting. Of course, we're going to follow that throughout the week. I didn't hear about this as well, but Tyra, love her. I think she was phenomenal. One of the first supermodels. Wait, and it was Naomi Campbell, it was Tyra. They were up and coming in the 90s. Correct. So they're really those iconic women that really set the standard, especially for women of color. And seeing somebody that looked like us, how amazing was that? So Tyra really just put us on the map there. And of course, we'll be following this as well with the lawsuit and everything like that. So when you had dinner with her, were you a little bit nervous, or?
No, because by then we were friends. By then I had reported with SMICE on 2 different occasions. We had spent hours together. And again, when you meet her, I hope that you get to meet her as well. I love her, Maybe the next time she's in town, I'll bring her into studio here. But when you meet her, she's such a warm individual.
Oh yeah, she's hilarious.
Yeah, and we talked about her as a model, but beyond the model, the actress as well, the entrepreneur that she has become, the philanthropist giving back to the community. Tyra Banks, and again, shout out to Louis. They do so many things for the culture, for the community as well. But no, not at all. She's so down to earth, and Louis is so funny. And my wife is not someone who's starstruck, not because she's
she's real.
My wife is one of the realest and less impressed by stars. My wife doesn't even watch me on TV. That's how little my wife cares.
I don't believe it.
I wish that I was lying to you. She doesn't. So she knew who Tyra was, but she neither was starstruck by Tyra, and it was a beautiful thing because again, that allowed for us to be 4 people as friends in DC, and it was just phenomenal.
I know, and I'm sure there's going to be it's going to be a busy week coming ahead. We're going into a new year. I usually am off Monday, Tuesday, so I'll be back on Wednesday. But I'm sure.
Me too.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, we have the same Wednesday. Days off, and maybe I can get myself, invited or show up to a dinner with Tyra and Chad and his wife, and
That'd be wonderful.
Just fangirl all over the place. But thank you, Chad. I appreciate you.
I want to give a programming update. Do I have time? I want to give a programming update.
You have all the time. Okay. Give all the updates you want.
So coming up, the football season. Obviously, we have one more week of the NFL. Also, and not to give too much business out here, but for those of you, if you don't know, producer Chris, his wife is expecting.
Yes, she is.
So they are expected to deliver somewhere around the new year.
They are.
So Saida, after that, my schedule will shift. I will actually be hosting producer Chris's shows right here in the, what do we call this, the Spode or the Spod?
We call it here the Spod for Do You Like It or Not?
I think that's so much better. I think that Alyssa, shout out to Alyssa, but I think that Alyssa wanted to call it the Spode. No one says Spode.
That just sounds really fancy.
Yeah, we ain't call it, that's the Spod. Yeah.
It sounds very English.
Yeah.
The Spode.
I don't got no time for that.
Let's just go to the Spod. That sounds more
We're going to the Spod.
Yes.
We're going to hang out in the Spod. So I will be hanging out in the Spod, hosting producer Chris's shows at 7:30 every night. That is Do You Like It or Not? The follow-up to Like It or Not, which comes on from 7 until 7:30. I will do You Like It or Not right here on Fox Local, 7:30 to 8. And then at 9 o'clock, what's the name of Guy's show? Live Zone?
No, that's Chris, and that is Chris's show that he does with Tony P.
Yeah.
It's called Primetime Live Zone.
There we go. Primetime Live Zone, 9 to 10, myself and Tony P. right here for about 2 weeks after the front of the year.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard that I was covering for that as well, so I'm glad we're talking about it.
Well, who knows?
Who knows?
Saida, neither of us know what the heck is going on, but one of us will be right here covering producer Chris's show.
Yeah, it'll be Chad, I'm guessing. So I'm guessing it'll be like Monday, Tuesday, or like Wednesday, Thursday, somebody else.
Who knows?
Who knows? We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
So
you'll see one of us.
Keep it locked here.
7:30 and 9.
All right. We're going to take a live look at Mar-a-Lago in Florida.
What's going on in Mar-a-Lago?
In Mar-a-Lago, ahead of that big meeting, Chad, that's happening between President Donald Trump and Zelensky, talking about all things Ukraine, and we're already seeing people out there with those flags. We're going to take a quick break now on Fox 5 Weekend Live. We'll be right back.
Excellent. That was fun.
Live is up. No, live is up. Like connected. Oh, I see. Power. But that's the last thing we need now. No, you said I'll bring the light with the different jacket. So.
Welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live. You're watching us on your Fox Local app, and it's a story that we followed this morning, and we're keeping an eye on it as well. For our sports fans that are watching here on YouTube and Fox Local. So the University of Michigan's athletic department, big announcement this morning, introducing all of us to the new head coach there. So let's take a listen into what happened and how things played out at the press conference in Florida this morning. Let's take a look.
¿Viste la muñeca que tiene? Dale, coño. ¿Qué me parece? Just keep it open, keep it open. Right. So I'm going to tabletop it first. All right? We start to really need to take. Water, right? Water. Let's try and do it. The big one.
shots right now, but once we're going to do the morning.
Baseball, I see it first, right? Absolutely. I like it.
Can you make the hole for me? Yep. Or, I don't know. It's kind of, you have to move around. There's a big thing here.
Here, do you want? Hey, Danny.
Hey, Danny.
Okay.
Should we stand right here? The train TV.
Yeah, they should go behind us.
Actually,
Was like the pressure is last week? Yeah, I was putting air in my back. A little scared? Or you just didn't know until you got out? I didn't know until I got out. I didn't know until I got out.
I mean, it's bars, right?
Yeah.
You got bars going.
No. I'm saying they have 4 cameras.
Yeah, I mean, but when I have these on, I can't hear you. You can hear me. I can.
Does it help you? Yeah. Cool. What happened? I just went scuba diving last week. Did you really? Where'd you go? Key Largo.
Bars.
Nice.
What? You got bars.
No. I think they have 4 cameras.
Yeah. When I have these on, I can't hear you. You can hear me. I can.
now I just gotta let him bring me in.
you're in charge. No, you gotta come through here because he took the official already. But Danny, you got one more here.
I'm not. Yeah. I want to stay. Okay.
No, I'm not in charge. You're gonna go that way again? Where do we need to go? Probably don't want to be too high. No, man. What do we need to do? Lower side. That's my guess. I'm probably the only one that's going to see it.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. You should be always happy. Doing all right? Yeah. Yeah. Did you? Yeah. I was on. Oh, glad to hear. Glad to hear. You know, you should be hitting like that. I know. Do you see? You got booked in that. Well, why'd you hit it? You should ask what her name was. Sir, I saw some video of you singing. I'm flying.
I went for a brief walk, and then you know what I got an Uber down for one, like got both stuff like that. There wasn't much. There weren't any like none of the supporters together. So I just like here and then Uber back. I drove past. There was nobody there. Yeah, there are a few now. But I didn't realize how far the Uber was going to be, and I also didn't expect it to take like 10 minutes to get here. So I got it a little closer. I once I got it. Oh, hi, Jim.
Hey, I'm just standing for a second. My knees are killing me.
White House staff and security agents prepare for Zelensky to arrive. White House staff and security agents wait for Zelensky's arrival. So will we even see him get out of the car, or that happens around the corner and he's just going to walk up? So he'll get out on our side?
Yeah. From my understanding. He'll get out on this side.
That makes sense. The protectee is always on the passenger side of the car. This is fun. We're having fun.
Yeah, seriously.
You're
The parking lot? And then I didn't actually have a few stuff. We did some kind of like fire race. And but not I was listening to a story last night about how Bramson started Atlantic, Virgin Atlantic.
Yeah.
And he leased a plane from Boeing, one plane, and he started selling tickets 2 months ahead of time. So he already had the money, and he started paying for all the expenses 30 days after the first flight. And he was just able to start. Isn't that crazy? He had zero money down to buy anything when he first started.
nothing at risk.
Nothing.
That's amazing.
Just make sure you guys follow me. Once it's over, we're gonna go this way.
Yeah.
You guys can.
Mhm.
Your one. Just follow me in there.
You got it.
Absolutely.
Follow her. Yeah, during the first transition, when I was last week, they put tables over here, and we stayed there all day under umbrellas over there, and randomly would show up to
Okay.
business leaders and politicians and people would show up, and you had to be ready to pop up. And there wouldn't be any warning. No one would be like, get out. Yeah, they would come up from that. Right. They would just walk up. Some people were very nice. They would just walk up from the parking lot. You just had to be ready. And as they were leaving, if Trump wanted to be seen with them, they would have like a door photo. It was like a couple like Don and the Greenwood, and then like big time movie executive. There's a whole mix.
I can't do this. I'm not worried about it. I can't stand it. I know. I've seen it. Make sure it's there. So did you go for a walk this morning, or you just took the Uber straight down here?
I went for a little walk to that walkway, like island place.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, you know what? This is dumb. I have time. I should go down to the water for some Mar-a-Lago. And then I did that. And I just went straight back to the hotel and put on shorts and did that. You might not have been downstairs yet. I got back like 20 minutes before the bands came. Everybody was already starting to gather.
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, I was favorably impressed with myself.
I
took a shower.
I usually get places 30 minutes prior.
It's not a bad idea.
If you're not 15 minutes early, you're late.
You're late.
Dan, that's what Dan always says.
It's the military taught me.
You were in the military? What'd you do?
Scullery.
Yeah, trained killer.
Yeah, can't talk about it.
Nice little barbecue.
Yeah. So that is the.
That's the pizza oven.
Not over there.
So yeah, the beach, the Mar-a-Lago beach.
Have you been over there?
I've never been on the beach. Have you?
Yeah. Yeah, before this, that was the 1A1. It was open.
Yeah,
you
right.
Go over there.
You can walk on the road right now, probably. Or do they have it closed while he's here?
I don't think you can walk on the road.
You can't get there.
Okay.
The beach itself is public, but you can't get there. They own, everyone owns the access to the beach.
Yeah. So you're just like anywhere. You're allowed to use up to the high water mark, but you'd have to come in by boat, and then you'd get shot by the Coast Guard. So there's really not any access point. Probably 10 miles down the way, and then you have to have a hell of a walk.
Okay. It would be a trick to do.
You could do it 4 miles down the way, because that 4 miles down is that beach.
Hotel?
No, there's just a public beach down there.
Yeah, but what's that hotel? There's a hotel that we stayed at one time.
Yeah, it says Marriott.
It's the salt mine.
Huh?
It's the salt mine.
There's a Marriott down there too. I stayed at the Marriott down there during the campaign a bunch of times. Yeah. No, I forgot it. It's just like it's not a Residence Inn. It's like a, what's the name of that? Fairfield Inn, maybe? It's the Marriott Fairfield Inn. It's just down on the beach down there. It's right by that restaurant that we always go to. It's Benny's on the Beach.
Oh, right.
Benny's on the Beach is like 4 miles from there. Yeah. So you could get on the beach at Lake Worth and walk 4 miles up to the beach. Oh, really? Yeah. With David?
Oh, wait.
So you're in no danger.
That's pretty nice.
I think maybe
I would have
it's an
moved it.
editorial
I would have moved it.
We did move it. So
I don't move my picture, son. Well, there's no
Yeah, we're all right.
there's nobody else in it yet, so it doesn't matter.
Look,
I can't
maybe
help
they'll
it.
set-
CNN
they'll
goes
set a new
15
shape.
minutes early.
15.
If you guys could just move 2 inches, then you wouldn't have to do that.
No, he's gonna get back down.
For right now.
We're pretty tightly packed. You get to luxuriate on the top step there.
That works.
Ooh.
Our time now is 1:16. We're showing you a live look ahead of peace talks with President Donald Trump. He's about to talk with Zelensky, who has called Putin, quote, a man of war after the Russian attack on the Kyiv region. So we're keeping an eye on this live conference that's going to take place in Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky said, according to reports, that Moscow's huge aerial assault on Kyiv and the surrounding region proved that Russian President Vladimir Putin is a, quote, man of war. And this was ahead of the Ukrainian leaders meeting that is scheduled, that we're showing you right now today with President Donald Trump. This is in Florida, so it's about to start anytime right now, and we're keeping an eye on that right here on Fox 5 Weekend Live. So he was standing beside Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in Nova Scotia. Zelensky there told the media that the latest Russian attacks, the year's longest sustained assault on the capital, really showed that Putin does not want peace. And Zelensky is claiming, quote, we want peace, and, quote, he is a man of war, obviously speaking about Putin there. The Ukrainian president got into Florida late on Saturday with his delegation. Deputy Foreign Minister that was on X. I saw that earlier. So ahead of this meeting that we're showing you right now, live, it's about to start, they want to speak about many different things today. Zelensky said he would be looking for a signal during talks with Trump that Ukraine would receive, according to reports, legally binding security guarantees as part of any deal. So he also repeated calls for the bolstering of Ukraine's air defenses, saying the country needed more missiles to fend off Russia's relentless attacks. Ahead of this meeting that we're showing you live on Fox 5 Weekend Live on the Fox local app, Zelensky also stopped in Canada for talks with Carney, who announced a further 2.5 billion Canadian dollars, 1.83 billion in economic assistance for Ukraine. So I think a lot of people, especially us here back at home, we were speaking about this earlier on the show as well. Yesterday, people are wondering how the funding situation is going to play out, what President Donald Trump is going to say his stance is regarding that. So according to a Canadian government source with knowledge of the new aid package, it will also enable the International Monetary Fund to lend Ukraine an additional $8.4 billion. Trump had said in an interview with Politico that the meeting that's going to happen, he thinks it's going to go well. But again, he said carefully that the Ukrainian president doesn't have anything until I approve it. And he also said that he expects to speak with Putin as well. So we're keeping an eye on that right now. Time now is 1:19. If you're joining us now on the Fox 5 Weekend Live show on your Fox local app, we are showing you a live look ahead of President Donald Trump's meeting with Zelensky, all set to start anytime right now. And this is all for efforts to end this Russian-Ukrainian war that has been going on for several years now. And according to the Washington Post, Trump also mentioned that he had a good and very productive telephone call with President Putin of Russia prior to his meeting. Again, that's happening right now, that we're making sure we're keeping an eye on. It's supposed to start at 1 o'clock, but it's 1:21 right now, so I'm sure it's going to start at any time soon with President Zelensky of Ukraine. So he wrote that in a post on Truth Social. And according to the Washington Post, it's really unclear how the phone call with Putin would really impact this meeting that we're keeping an eye out on with Zelensky in Mar-a-Lago, happening today at this Sunday afternoon. So we'll see how this plays out. But everyone's wondering what's going to happen with funding, what is going to happen with this war that has been taking place for a really long time now. Ukraine has already agreed to, quote, many different compromises in the 20-point plan developed jointly with the U.S. And Zelensky said this in a post on X, and this was on Saturday. President Donald Trump has also told Politico that he believed the meeting at his Mar-a-Lago resort would go well, but also manage expectations. Zelensky, quote, he said, doesn't have anything until I approve it, and I mentioned this earlier. So Trump said in remarks published that were published on Friday, quote, we'll see what he's got. And according to reports, at least 4 people were killed and 30 were wounded in Russian attacks Friday and Saturday. That is according to Ukrainian authorities. It was an assault on Kyiv's energy grid early Saturday that knocked out heat in a third of the capital.
done too many people dying, and I think both presidents want to make a deal. We believe that they're going to brief you on the fallout.
We need Putin again soon.
Depends. I do believe that we have the makings of a deal. It's good for Ukraine, good for everybody. It's very important. There's nothing more important, my book. We settled 8 wars, and this is the most difficult one. I thought it would be in the middle of the pack. This is the most difficult one, but we're going to get it done. We're going to have a great meeting today. This gentleman has worked very hard, and he's very brave, and his people are very brave. I think what they've gone through, no nation, very rarely has a nation ever had to go through this. So we're going to have a very good meeting today, I think, and I'm also calling President Putin back after the meeting, and we'll continue a negotiation. Pretty complex, but not that complex.
Mr. President, what should we expect of these deals?
I don't have deadlines. You know what my deadline is? Getting the war ended. We don't have deadlines. You agree with that?
Are you prepared to sign security agreement today?
Well, it depends what the security agreement says. What a dumb question. Nobody even knows what the security agreement is going to say. But there will be a security agreement. It'll be a strong agreement. And the European nations are very much involved in that. They'll be very much involved in protection, etc. But the European nations have been really great. They're very much in line with this meeting and getting a deal done. They're terrific people. I think you can say that. There's nobody there. They all want to get it done, and they've been very supportive, I think.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for this meeting. Thank you for your invitation. Yes, really, I agree with President. Our teams, they do what they can, and I think that during last month they moved forward with negotiations, and the Americans, thank you very much for your team, Steve and Jared, and they worked very well. I think they worked on different documents. I hope that all these documents can bring peace as quick as possible. So, and I agree with President that for the European yes, and the President is in contact with them, and maybe we'll contact with them.
We can talk to them.
Yeah, we should go today.
What made you want to come in person to meet the President today?
Sorry?
What made you want to come here to Mar-a-Lago to meet the President today?
What, yeah, what? Why? So, yeah, we spoke about our teams. They worked on 20 points plan, then they worked on prosperity and security document, and 20 points plan is very important. We have to discuss, and sequencing. It's very important. Our teams talked about strategy, how to make step by step, and to bring this closer, and we will discuss this strategy.
Mr. President, are you willing to make territorial concessions?
We will speak about 20 points plan. There are in 20 points plan, 90% by the way was done by our 2 teams. I think they made a great job, great work, and yes, we will discuss these points also.
And there are great economic benefits for Ukraine also, because there's a lot of rebuilding to do. There's a lot of wealth to be had, and they have great wealth. Potentially, they have great wealth. They want to get started. But there's a great economic benefit for Ukraine in what we're talking about.
President Trump, some are saying that the recent attacks in the past couple of days that Russia's staged against Ukraine shows that President Putin isn't serious about peace. What is your reaction to that?
No, he's very serious. I think, I can say that I believe Ukraine has made some very strong attacks also. And I don't say that negatively. I think you probably have to. I don't say that negatively. But I think, he hasn't told me that, but there have been some explosions in various parts of Russia, and it looks to me like, I don't know, I don't think it came from the Congo. I don't think it came from the United States of America. It possibly came from Ukraine, but I haven't asked that question. Maybe I won't bother asking. They're fighting a war, and we'll see what happens. But I believe it's a war that we have 2 willing parties, we have 2 willing countries. They want to see it end. Look, the people of Ukraine want it to end, and the people of Russia want it to end, and the 2 leaders want it to end.
Mr. President, on the economic benefits for Ukraine, Europe is holding some billions in frozen Russian assets. Do you believe that should go to Ukraine to help rebuild or go back to Russia?
None of that's been determined, but it'll go. It's going to go very quickly. I think we're in final stages of talking, and we're going to see. Otherwise, it's going to go on for a long time. It'll either end, or it's going to go on for a long time, and millions of additional people are going to be killed. Millions. And nobody wants that.
When you say that you think it will either end or go on for a long time, and you say you don't have a deadline. So what are you expecting out of today's
I just think we can move very rapidly. I really feel that. We've spoken. I know you had dinner with Steve. Steve Witkoff and Jared have done a fantastic job. And everybody has. Marco has been incredible. The whole group has been, our group has been incredible. And Ukraine appreciates it, and Russia appreciates it. They both want to see it end, and we're going to get it ended. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you, I think, at the end, but I do think we'll call Europe also. We're going to speak to the European leaders. Thank you very much.
So we just saw President Donald Trump discussing the situation between Ukraine and Russia, mentioning great economic benefits there for rebuilding Ukraine. And President Donald Trump also mentioned that Putin, quote, is serious about these peace talks that we were showing you right now on Fox 5 Weekend Live. And people also spoke to him about these so-called great economic benefits, both for Russia and Ukraine. And he had said that they are fighting a war and that, quote, we will see what happens. Right now, we want to take you over to another live situation that is happening in Jersey. And this is about a plane crash. I believe this is happening in, excuse me, just a second here. It's from our sister station, WTXF in Philadelphia, this footage. I believe around 11:25 this morning, police in Hamilton, New Jersey got a call about two helicopters colliding near Basin Road. Both helicopters going down. One of them caught fire. Now, police, firefighters, and EMS rushed to the scene and were able to put the fire out. And according to reports, one person has passed away and another person was taken to the hospital with, quote, critical life-threatening injuries. The FAA and the NTSB have been notified and will investigate what actually caused this crash. So you're taking a live look at that situation in New Jersey.
How are you, sir?
Good, good.
Am I in the right place?
You're in the right place.
All
You're
right.
fine. You're fine. You're totally fine.
I've been kicked out from everywhere.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I think I just emailed Fox 29 and
Okay.
gave them a press
Appreciate
release,
it.
too.
Thank you so much.
No
I appreciate it.
problem.
So we're going to stage all here, right?
That's fine. Yep.
Thank
yep.
you, sir.
You got it. had to go drop the zoo girl. How you feeling, man? You looking good. Looking good. So were you?
So you're seeing footage from our sister station Fox 29 in Philadelphia, where according to our sister station, the Hamilton Police Department, saying officers got a phone call around 11:25 in the morning today, reporting an aviation crash involving two helicopters near the 100 block of Basin Road in the area of White Horse Pike and Route 206. Now, police are saying both the helicopters crash landed, and one of the aircraft was engulfed in flames. Firefighters, police, and EMS responded to the scene and extinguished the fire. And this is according to our sister station, Fox 29. Officials confirmed one fatality at the scene there. A second person was located in the wreckage and taken by EMS to a hospital with critical life-threatening injuries. And what we don't know right now, authorities have not released the identities of the victims or details about really how this crash happened, what caused it. It's also unclear why the helicopters were operating in the area at the time of the incident. And police are asking residents and travelers to really avoid this area, Basin Road, as emergency crews continue rescue and investigation operations. Officials say keeping the area clear will allow first responders to safely do their job. And what's next really is the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, and the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB. They have been notified about this. They're going to investigate the crash. So this is a developing situation in New Jersey, Hamilton, and you can see footage there from our sister station, WTXF Fox 29 in Philadelphia. A developing situation. Details may change as more information will become available to us. But again, what we want to tell you right now is Hamilton, New Jersey. This is a shot right there live. One person killed, another critically injured after two helicopters crashed late Sunday morning in Hamilton, New Jersey. And the Hamilton Police Department says officers got a call around 11:25 in the morning today reporting this aviation crash involving two helicopters near the 100 block of Basin Road. What we're doing here is we are keeping an eye on all these live situations happening on Fox 5 Weekend Live, only on Fox Local. We are going to be going back to those peace talks involving President Donald Trump and Zelensky happening in Florida at this moment. Let's take a listen into that.
Would you like something to eat at this time? Yes or no? You can speak. Yes, sir. Yes? Okay. Margot, take them outside. Tell the chef, serve them a little lunch, okay?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
That should guarantee good stories, but it won't.
Thank you, guys. We're done.
They'll only get worse. They'll have to go out of their way to make them worse. He gave us a hamburger. We have to make them good.
Alex, thanks. Press.
Okay?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
You lead the way. Go outside on the porch. Because we have the house closed today. Hey, Margot.
Behind you.
Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, press. Thank you.
You can speak. And nobody knows but me. Step. You're putting your card down for the food? It's a lunch on the 18th.
All right, so we saw President Donald Trump and Zelensky at the table there. Of course, when we're going to get that shot back, we will have that back up for you. But again, we are following many different situations right now. Like I mentioned, the helicopter crash in New Jersey, Hamilton. Let's keep an eye out on that as well.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good. I didn't want to take out the fish. Take them out. I figured I'd push them over a little.
There you go.
Found out the urgent care. The subject just walked in, said his son pushed him. He will hurt him. And he's in danger to himself.
Fox already pushed out your picture, your video.
No worry, man.
Or at least a picture.
Huh?
They put out a picture.
Oh, really?
A still of it, yeah. And I was like right at that point, man, where these bushes come up.
I know. That's what I noticed.
Yeah.
But I didn't, I was driving, so I couldn't see really.
Look at these blueberries, I take it.
Oh, really? I think these helicopters came from here, man.
Got a vehicle coming this way.
Huh? Yeah, they've been,
I saw they brought lights.
Huh?
I saw that he was bringing lights in.
Yeah, I think they have to remove someone from there.
Well, that's why they're keeping us away then.
Yeah. I think they steal bodies there.
This car's coming forward, so let me move.
Yeah, I'm staying here to the side. They seem to be okay with it, but. I think it was a coroner's vehicle. Yeah.
I just saw it turn. It's like, wait a minute, it was a hearse.
Yeah, exactly. The funny thing, I can leave my camera behind, walk there, and
yeah, I know. That's why I was just thinking.
My fucking phone. And
that guy's out smoking and walking.
Yeah, and like nobody's gonna say anything. There's my chopper.
So they did call it in?
Yeah. It's our chopper, right?
Yeah, it's all of ours.
Yeah. There you go. Finally.
because they're probably waiting on TSB. Give me anything I could use.
This is not U.S. helicopters?
I think it is.
It's just a different crew.
No, this is like Channel 6's crew.
It's just a Channel 6 helicopter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have noticed it. Oh, these guys.
Huge difference. Yeah, you can actually use it. Yeah, this will help all of us now. Oh, since you got your shot, but that's it. This is probably a better shot even than what you got. Yeah. So now I gotta stay until 6 o'clock.
I started today at
But they got us, the network. We gotta stay in the looked at me because I was looking at him going that way, and all of a sudden she stopped and did this. I was like, okay, you got out, didn't you?
But it's coming. Is that the corner?
Another car coming. That's not a way.
No. one's gonna get mad at us. I think they put my antenna because they wanted that truck to get me mad.
All right, incredibly sad situation in New Jersey that we're going to keep an eye out on. This footage courtesy of our sister station in Philadelphia, WTXF. Now we're coming back here, back home to the DMV, discussing all things politics, and I want to bring in our next guest, Brian Maloney, to talk about the meeting that we had been following throughout the day, Trump meeting with Zelensky. And joining us now is a friend to the show, Brian Maloney, conservative analyst and Republican strategist. So, Brian, we saw President Donald Trump meeting with Zelensky, very cordial, talking about building Ukraine back up. What's your reaction to how the conversation went? We saw them afterwards at a table together. Now, he was also mentioning the fact that, Ukraine and both Russia could have economic benefits as well. What's your take?
The bottom line, the headlines that are coming out of this so far are pretty positive. One thing we're seeing is Trump indicating that he had a pretty good, and I don't know if this was expected, but phone call with Putin before the Zelensky meeting. So I don't know if that part of it was scheduled. I don't remember hearing anything about a phone call with Putin, but, perhaps Trump leveraged the meeting with Zelensky to motivate Putin to talk on the phone. But apparently they had a good talk. The meeting with Zelensky, at least what we've heard so far, it only began at 1 o'clock, is also positive. So, this is a 20-point plan, this 20-point peace plan that the White House has created. And one of the conditions I mentioned with you yesterday is that Zelensky would have to give up power and there would be new elections in Ukraine. So that is something that I'm wondering if Zelensky will be willing to entertain. In the meantime, the Russian barrage against Ukraine in recent days has been massive. Hundreds and hundreds, basically, of attacks of weapons used, particularly nasty, offensive in recent days. So if that doesn't further motivate Zelensky to agree to the 20 points, and however many of these points that Putin currently agrees with, we don't know. But the bottom line is, I think the White House has created here a very constructive framework, at least for dialogue. And I don't see anybody else in the world really stepping up and trying to create peace between these two countries.
So when we talk about these economic benefits, what does that look like for Ukraine or Russia? What would these benefits be?
Well, for one thing, Trump is looking at Russia as the economic prize in all of this. I mean, Russia is a major oil producer. There are other minerals, there are other extracts, basically, other exports, things that would be great to have reintegrated with the Western economy at a time when prices of raw minerals are going up through the roof. We have extreme issues going on right now with, say, gold and silver and platinum, palladium, copper prices going through the roof. So Trump is looking for any place where there might be a supply of such things to increase trading and get prices back down, because we need these things for industrial purposes, and the price has gone parabolic on these things, especially in the last few days right around Christmas, with silver in particular going absolutely bonkers. So, Trump is looking at this as a possible assist in his battle against inflation. So, there are a lot of economic issues here, and Ukraine could potentially play a role in that as well. So, reintegrating these two countries back into, our economic trading zone, I think, is a very, very good thing.
Absolutely. And what would rebuilding for Ukraine look like at this point?
Well, very, very expensive, I can imagine. But I think a lot of that would depend on how much of the territory lost to Russia would be reclaimed by Ukraine. Then that would require rebuilding those areas, but otherwise, so many of those areas look to be permanently ceded to Russia under probably any realistic proposal that has a chance of success. So, but Ukraine has been a money pit for us now for several years, where we just seem to shovel money over there by the billions. And I think as taxpayers, we've been very, very, very fed up with this for a long time. And so, I can guarantee that the rebuilding plan will cost tens of billions more, if not, I'm sure the numbers will be scary. At a time where we really cannot afford it, but, what are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly. What are you going to do? So one more thing that I was hearing Donald Trump talk about, these are the final stages, he said, of chatting about this, of talking about this. What does that look like for this situation? If this doesn't work out, does that mean we're going to be years away from a resolution when it comes to Ukraine and Russia?
Well, I think Trump will keep trying, but in terms of having the sole primary focus of the White House on Ukraine and Russia, Trump can't afford to spend the next year worrying about it. And I think you'd also reach a point of total frustration because you've been, at this, you created a plan. The terms seem reasonable, at least to us, between the two countries to get through. So, this is a chance for him to get something done over the holidays and then in January get to what is needed to win the midterm elections, and that is domestic issues, the economy, putting money back in people's pockets, bringing prices down, energy prices down, all the things that matter to people that we can't afford. The housing emergency, because housing prices are beyond what anyone can possibly afford. We're shutting generations out of housing. So those are the things that Trump has to work on in the new year. So he's got this little window, I think. But I think the problem is here, if something doesn't work out in the coming week, the frustration level from the White House will, I think, understandably be very, very high.
Absolutely, Brian. Thank you so much for joining us. We always appreciate your insight. Now we want to get to breaking news that happened in New Jersey this afternoon. Sad news of one person dead, one injured after two helicopters crashed in New Jersey. And this footage from our sister station, WTXF. We also are celebrating President Woodrow Wilson 169th birthday. Let's take a look at that right now as well. Our photojournalist is on the scene, Joe Poth, getting us this footage, and we can see the people honoring that as well. So let's take a listen in. It's a wreath-laying ceremony.
Right shoulder, arms.
Good afternoon and welcome to Washington National Cathedral. they will rest from their labors. Lord, you've been our refuge from one generation to another. Before the mountains were brought forth, or the land and the earth were born, from age to age, you are God. Let us pray. O God of grace and glory, we give you thanks this day for the life and service of Woodrow Wilson, for his call to serve his country as President and Commander-in-Chief, for his influence in expanding American foreign policy from one of isolation to internationalism, and for his untiring devotion to effective oversight of our nation's economic security. Lord God Almighty, you've made all the peoples of the earth for your glory, to serve you in freedom and peace. Give to the people of our country a zeal for justice and the strength of forbearance, that we may use our liberty in accordance with your gracious will, through Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. As we remember President Wilson today, we also recall his beloved second wife, Edith Bowling Galt Wilson, who departed this earthly life on December 28, 1961, at the age of 89. Let us hold them both in our prayer before God, united in death as they were in life, for they now rest together in eternal peace here. Let us pray. Gracious God, we give you thanks today for your daughter Edith, on this, the anniversary of her death. We are grateful for her unfailing loyalty to her husband, Woodrow, and to all members of her family. We remember her service to this nation as First Lady during the difficult days of World War I. We recall her loving care for her husband, Woodrow, until his death in 1924. May their souls and the souls of all the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Amen. And now, with hearts full of hope, we lift our prayer that God's boundless love and eternal peace may rest upon all nations. A need as urgent today as it was when President Wilson, more than a century ago, laid the foundation of the League of Nations. We offer this prayer for all nations, written by President Wilson. Let us pray. Almighty God, Supreme Governor of all men, incline thine ear, we beseech thee, to the prayer of nations, and so overrule the imperfect counsel of men, and set straight the things they cannot govern, that we may walk in the paths of obedience to places of vision, into thoughts that purge and make us wise. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. God grant to the living grace, to the departed rest, to the church, the state, and all humankind, peace and concord, and to us and all his servants, life everlasting, and the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and remain with you always. Amen. Go forth into this world in peace. Be of good courage. Hold fast to that which is good. Render to no one evil for evil. Strengthen the faint-hearted. Support the weak. Help the afflicted. Honor everyone. Love and serve the Lord. Thanks be to God.
All right, we're going to continue following that event as well, but right now we're going to show you chopper video from our sister station in Philadelphia of that helicopter crash that we spoke to you about earlier. So this is in Hamilton, New Jersey. Now again, reports say, according to our sister station, that one person has passed away and one person is critically injured. Take a look at this helicopter here. This is aerial footage from the chopper here. If you're joining us right now, we're taking a live look at this incredibly devastating situation in New Jersey where two helicopters have crashed this Sunday afternoon, which has resulted in, unfortunately, one person losing their life, one critically injured here. So take a look at this aerial footage of this situation in New Jersey from our sister station in Philadelphia, Fox 29. All right, if you're joining us now on Fox 5 Weekend Live, time now is 2:17, and this devastating crash taking place that you're seeing right now on the bottom of your screen here in Hamilton, New Jersey, resulting in one person losing their life and another person killed. Now, another person was critically injured after two helicopters crashed today, this afternoon on Sunday. So the Hamilton Police Department told our sister station that officers got a call around 11:25 in the morning today, reporting an aviation crash that you're seeing on your screen involving two helicopters near the 100 block of Basin Road in the area of Whitehorse Pike and Route 206. We're seeing the damage in the shot there from the chopper. Police say both helicopters, they crash landed. So this is what happened. And one of the aircraft was engulfed in flames. Firefighters, police, and EMS responded to the scene. They extinguished the fire. Officials confirmed one fatality. Take a closer look right here at the scene. A second person located in this wreckage and was taken by EMS to hospital with critical life-threatening injuries. If you're tuning in just now, we are covering breaking news out of New Jersey of a helicopter is crashing in Hamilton, New Jersey. Please, if you're watching this, say a prayer. One person passed away, another one critically injured. What we don't know at this time, authorities have not released the identities of the victims or details about what caused the crash here. Now, it's also unclear why helicopters were operating in the area at the time of the incident. Road closures, we think about public safety when these situations happen, and police are asking residents there and travelers to avoid Basin Road as emergency crews are continuing to do their investigations, do their investigation operations on the scene. And officials say keeping the area clear will allow first responders to safely do their jobs. And again, just a sad situation. Now, I want to mention here the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, and the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, they have been notified, obviously, and they're investigating the crash. So right now, this is a developing situation that we are following up now on. And a lot of the information, all of the footage that we've gotten so far is from our sister station in Philadelphia, Fox 29. So developing situation, and sad, really, to you see just the two helicopters crashed in New Jersey, resulting in one person dead and one critically injured. You're seeing the aerial view of this situation in Hamilton, New Jersey, where Hamilton Police Department told our sister station that officers got a call around 11:25 in the morning, reporting an aviation crash that involved two helicopters near the 100 block of Basin Road in the area of Whitehorse Pike and Route 206. Sad situation. Police say both helicopters, they crash landed, and one of the aircraft was engulfed in flames there. Firefighters, police, and EMS responded to the scene, extinguished the fire. Now, officials confirmed one fatality on the scene. Just tragic. A second person that they found in the wreckage that you're taking a look at. You can see investigators on the scene right now. Take a look at this wreckage. And they were taken by EMS to a hospital with critical, life-threatening injuries. Keep that person in your prayers and your thoughts at this time. We're monitoring this helicopter crash in New Jersey, and right now there's a lot that's unknown, right? Authorities have not released the identities of the victims or details about what caused this situation, what caused this crash to happen. It's also unclear why the helicopters were operating in the area at the time of the incident. And of course, this brings about conversations around road closures as well and public safety. Now, police are asking people in this area here, and you're seeing that shot from the top there, and this is the other helicopter. The other one, we can see it's wrecked completely. It's, I would say, red in color. We can see parts of it scattered around the helicopter there. This is a close-up view in Hamilton, New Jersey. Really, really tragic situation, and really, police are asking residents, travelers in that area. So this is around Basin Road. Emergency crews are continuing rescue and investigation operations. Now, officials are saying keep the area clear. That will allow first responders to just safely get their job done when something like this happens. So the Federal Aviation, FAA, and NTSB, they have both been notified about all of this, about the crash. They're investigating the crash. We're keeping an eye on it. Again, one person has died. Another person is critically injured in this situation. Developing situation here. We're waiting on more details to come through, but just a sad situation in Hamilton, New Jersey. We're showing you the look from the top here, the aerial look of what it looks like currently. Crews are on the scene there, and this is the other helicopter, which has more damage than the one that was on the other side of the area there. You can see investigators trying to piece together what happened on the scene as well. So one person is dead after two helicopters. They crashed on Basin Road in Hamilton, New Jersey. Another person was critically injured and taken to the hospital, police has said, and the FAA and TSB both know about the situation. They're investigating the crash. One person was killed, another was critically injured late Sunday morning. So the Hamilton Police Department is saying that officers got a call 11:25 in the morning reporting an aviation crash that involved two helicopters near the 100 block of Basin Road in the area of White Horse Pike and Route 206. Let's take a closer look again at this current situation happening in New Jersey. So much damage we can see from the top there. So let's take a closer look right now. All right, so we were just watching that just really tragic incident that took place this morning in Hamilton, New Jersey. Again, just thinking of people that are involved in this, because one person has passed away. Another person, like I mentioned, is critically injured at this time. Again, this helicopter crash taking place in Hamilton, New Jersey. And there was chopper video earlier where the damage was being shown there as well. Let's take a live look out in Philadelphia at this moment. And we're going to be following up on this, potentially getting an expert to talk about aviation as well. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back. Thank you for watching Fox 5 Weekend Live. All right, welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live. We're keeping an eye out on all the top stories that we have been covering for you today, including the really tragic helicopter crash in Hamilton, New Jersey. We're going to keep following up with that. You're seeing a live look of Mar-a-Lago, Florida, just something to make you, cheer your spirits. We like to lift people up here as well when we deliver these tragic stories. A beautiful look out there. That was where President Donald Trump was meeting with Zelensky. So we're also going to have more on that later. We also want to bring in a new guest to our show who is joining us for the very, very first time. Welcome in. We are so excited to have you on today. I would love for you to introduce yourself to our viewers. And this is Dr. Ash. We have been trying to get her on our show for a really long time now. So Dr. Ash, welcome. Happy holidays. And we really want to talk about the flu situation across the country.
Absolutely. Yeah, so there's a lot going on right now, particularly the norovirus, known as the winter vomiting disease. We're seeing it, it's really contagious, and we're seeing it even, they're closing schools because of it. And people are vomiting, so it's acute gastroenteritis. It spreads really fast in crowded settings, so think planes, cruises, schools, gyms, restaurants, and in the winter. So we have the flu along with the norovirus as well. And the norovirus is a bit tougher because you get this sudden nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal cramping, fever, aches, and it's been taking down a lot of people right now.
Yeah, it's very concerning here. So what can parents really do to make sure they're prepared?
Yeah, so this doesn't really respond to sanitizer, so it's as basic as it sounds. You want to be washing your hands. So if you're touching door handles, things like that, make sure you're always washing your hands. Your kids are washing their hands. Taking things like vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc. I like to use soothing herbs. So if you do get it, use chamomile tea, herbal teas like that, things that are very soothing on the digestive system. Eat very plain. The brat diet, bananas, rice, apple, toast. And yeah, you want to support your gut barrier too. So taking things like probiotics are always really helpful as well.
Absolutely. I think I stand by probiotics. They help you quite a bit here. So what are some differences you're seeing in the cases this year compared to last year? Are you seeing an uptake with this?
Absolutely. A big uptick, and much earlier. We don't usually see it in November, December. We usually kind of see it, norovirus come a bit later. So we're seeing a huge uptick right now.
Absolutely. So when you heard about it the first time, what was your initial reaction, somebody being from the field there?
Honestly, I got multiple text messages at once. Like one weekend, I just started getting texts from everyone. My mom is vomiting, my kid is vomiting, everyone is sick. So it just kind of spread rampantly. And my reaction was just, it's unfortunate, it's not fun. It can take a while to recover because also it doesn't respond to antibiotics or antivirals. So you kind of have to wait it out. It is self-limiting. So if you do get it, you'll be okay, but it's just not fun.
So right now, I think we're hearing about two different things when it comes to getting sick, right, Doc? I mean, we're hearing about this flu strain. You're mentioning the vomit bug, which sounds scary when you say it that way, right? Are these two connected at all? Are they two different things?
They're two different viruses, right? So flu is the influenza virus. The norovirus is a completely different virus, but they can present similarly, right? The norovirus, you can still get kind of like that fever and the cough and the body aches as well. With a typical flu, you don't always get vomiting and diarrhea. It's more upper respiratory. So cough, chest congestion, things like that.
Yeah, at the same time, and health officials are warning about that aggressive flu strain, as you mentioned. What are the most common symptoms that people should be looking out for with this stomach virus, correct? When we talk about the vomit bug, which is the norovirus type illness.
Yeah, so that's really, the vomiting is the biggest one. Fever, some sudden body aches, watery diarrhea, abdominal cramping. Those are some of the biggest ones. And then when it comes to the flu, often it presents with a sudden fever and chills, more severe body aches, a headache, really intense fatigue often too, and then your common sore throat, cough, and congestion.
So I really want to know about this. How fast does it spread, really, when we go out somewhere, like workplaces, schools, etc.? How fast can one get this?
Well, I think they say it takes to just 10 kind of respiratory droplets to even catch it. So it's pretty quick. That's why I'm really big on, emphasizing washing your hands, as simple as it sounds.
Absolutely. I think wearing a mask, washing your hands, and being mindful of your hygiene. So when should people seek medical care instead of trying to ride it out at home?
You know, if it's getting really severe, if there's a severe fever, if, you know, the vomiting isn't going away, if there's severe dehydration, that's when you want to seek medical care, because if you are vomiting and having a lot of diarrhea, that can lead to extreme dehydration, and you need to hydrate. You need to get an IV often. So that's when I would seek medical care. If within, 3 days you're not recovering, then that's when to really seek medical care.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then when we come, we all have gotten our flu shots at this point. I'm sure people at home have gotten theirs. At least I hope. Is it effective enough to beat this thing?
It can be, absolutely. With the norovirus, because they're different strains, probably not. But with the flu, absolutely it can be. But again, we do have a more aggressive strain. So we do see people who have still been vaccinated still getting the virus. That's when you want to focus on the basics of health, making sure you're getting enough sleep, getting enough nutrition, proper nutrition, not drinking as much alcohol, as tough as it is with the holiday season. But the better you take care of, your terrain is what I call it. Your body's like your terrain. The stronger the terrain is, the less likely you are to get sick.
Absolutely. Our body is our temple. What we put in it is incredibly important, including medicine and food. So I got to ask you, people have older relatives at home, elders, their small children. Which one of these groups is more likely to get this quickly? Would it be our little ones, babies, infants, children, or could it be anyone, adults, or is it the elderly?
Could be anyone. The elderly are often more immunocompromised, so they are more vulnerable. Same with younger children as well. I've been seeing it more in the elderly.
Are certain groups, we're hearing about the mutation of the flu, which is the H3N2 subclade K. What does that even mean in plain terms for our viewers at home? Because I'm just like, what is that?
Yeah, so it's a subtype of influenza A, and historically it's been associated with more severe symptoms, higher hospitalization rates as well. I've seen that have a bigger impact on older adults too, this substrain. So not all flu strains are equal, and this H3N2 is one of the tougher ones. And it feels worse than other flu strains because it creates a stronger inflammatory immune response. So it can cause higher fevers, even deeper fatigue, more intense body aches, and it evolves pretty quickly. So then it can reduce that immune recognition year to year. So much of what people feel isn't the virus itself, it's your immune system's inflammatory response to it.
So for instance, I hope not, but if I do get it, how long will I be contagious for?
With this one, I would say, I wouldn't know exactly, but I would say at least usually 5 days. I don't know the exact incubation rate of this one.
Gotcha. And when should people seek medical care instead of just trying to just ride this out at home?
Anything like shortness of breath, chest pain, severe weakness, confusion, a fever that just doesn't break, that's always a telltale sign. And then if you're starting to improve but then your symptoms worsen, those are the times you want to seek medical care.
Understood. And what are the most common symptoms people should be looking for both of these with the stomach virus and the strain?
So again, so think shortness of breath, think fever, cough, chest pain, any sort of body aches, severe fatigue, especially with the flu, sore throat. I think, those would be the main ones.
So why is this strain being described as more aggressive or concerning than typical seasonal flu strains?
Because it's just a more aggressive strain, so it causes more of an inflammatory response in the immune system, and that inflammation can cause severe exhaustion, fever, body aches, and people who already have a baseline of inflammation are going to feel worse. So people who are stressed out, not sleeping well, maybe have unstable blood sugar, nutrient deficiencies, all of that's going to amplify the symptoms more. And this one it's not a bad cold, it hits very fast and hard.
Really fast and hard. I'm sure our viewers at home feel a little bit overwhelmed about this, all these health warnings that we're talking about. So what is your biggest piece of reassurance for folks at home right now?
For me, getting sleep. It's very underrated how much just getting enough sleep can do for you. Taking your vitamins, taking vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc. Those are some of the 3 big immune ones. Also nourishing yourself, being happy, the more stressed we are, the less resilient our system is, and especially our immune system. And stay hydrated, use electrolytes, use immune boosting herbs like elderberry, I love, drink warm teas, warm broths, stay warm. The cold, with the cold air, it's when a lot of the chest congestion can start as well.
Yeah, I hate that chest congestion. So what's one thing local families here in the DMV can do at home to make sure they make the biggest difference in staying healthy this season? Because obviously a lot more folks are going to stay home going into the New Year's holiday.
I would say at least take your vitamin D, make sure your vitamin D levels and test them. For us in functional medicine, you want your vitamin D to be at least 60 up to 80 or 90. And traditional medicine, if your vitamin D is at a level of 20, they'll say, that's fine, that's not enough. So taking, at least 5,000 IUs of vitamin D and getting your levels up to at least 60 makes a world of a difference.
Yeah, and I want to talk about washing hands too, because I think a lot of times people forget about these effective steps that you can literally take at home. But I really want to talk about hand sanitizer. Is it as effective as going to the bathroom and washing your hands and literally singing happy birthday? Because I think a lot of times we tend to just put hand sanitizer on and then meet everybody at dinner, kiss and hug people during things like Christmas or New Year's Eve. Is it as effective as actually washing your hand? I know it makes things better when you go wash your hands and also putting the hand sanitizer on, but sometimes folks only put the sanitizer on and then they go shake people's hands when they're sick.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. Well, it depends on the virus. So for norovirus, we know that sanitizer is not effective. So that's when washing your hands is even more important. With the flu, it can be, but again, doing both, you're more protected. And I'm a big fan of washing your hands more than anything. Because also, the kind of sanitizer you're putting on, how often you're putting it on, all of that goes a long way too. But washing your hands has always been the first thing with that.
I know when COVID was happening at first, I think all of us were just in mask and everything like that. And then some people think it's political and others don't. But right now we're talking about the stomach bug, the vomit bug, and we're talking about this new strain. So should people really just start masking again in crowded indoor spaces, especially if you're not outdoors and there's a lot of people inside a living room, a kitchen, inside a home, and they're meeting each other for the holidays during this surge, especially if somebody is vulnerable? Is it a good idea to start wearing masks again inside?
Masks shouldn't be about fear. I think, they have become political, but they can help reduce viral load during a high-risk moment, right? Especially with this new H3N2 strain, which is spread by the respiratory droplets. So if someone has been sick or recently exposed, or if you're in a crowded indoor space, like planes, airports, like you said, those packed events, if they're high risk, or if you're near a high risk individual, like someone who's elderly or has a chronic illness, that's a good time to think about wearing a mask. I don't want people to come from fear. You don't need to be walking outside with a mask, right? But I would think about those specific situations where it can be very helpful, especially if you've been exposed.
Absolutely. As a doctor, what have you been seeing? Are more patients coming in with this, or do you just want to warn people before it happens? Are you seeing more and more people, come to you and talk about this stomach bug, this virus, and the flu strain?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been seeing it kind of nonstop the last month, especially in the last 2 weeks. We've been seeing an increase in cases of both viruses, especially as the kids are out of school now. It's spreading, and parents are stuck at home with their kids having the flu, and then the parents get it, and then the grandparents get it. So it does spread really rapidly. So the more warning we can give, the better. The more we can work on our immune systems and strengthen that terrain that we talked about, the better.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you talking with us. And if you have a certain website or, want folks, because I know a lot of people are concerned they don't want to get this, they want to learn more, where can we find you on social media, or do you have a website out there?
Absolutely. I'm very active on social media at Dr. Sogol Ash, Dr. Sogol Ash, and our website is conciergemdla.com. We are a nationwide concierge medicine practice, focus on everything from primary care to urgent care and longevity and functional medicine.
All right, perfect. And thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 5 Weekend Live. We'll be right back.
Email? Scoot over a little bit. Sorry. After all this, I'm bust your shit.
Welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live, where we're covering all the top stories today, including the meeting in Mar-a-Lago between President Donald Trump and Zelensky. Let's take a live look at Mar-a-Lago at this moment, where we saw President Donald Trump speaking to Zelensky earlier about those great economic benefits, as he mentioned, and talking about rebuilding Ukraine as well. Again, Zelensky has criticized Putin in the past, that he is not serious about those peace talks, but we also saw Trump there saying that he does think that Putin is serious about this conflict coming to an end. So we're going to keep focusing on this story as well, including other breaking news that we're following at this time, which includes this story here, where we were covering that helicopter crash that took place in Hamilton, New Jersey, where one person passed away, one is critically injured. So we have an expert who will be coming in, joining us later, Captain Armin Kurdian, talking about this incredibly tragic incident happening in New Jersey this morning. Now, again, there's a lot that we don't know right now. We don't know the identity of the victim who has passed away. We saw incredibly just devastating footage from the aerial shot that we were showing you guys just earlier. And there's a lot that needs to be figured out when Hamilton Police Department are saying that the officers got a call about this around 11:25 in the morning, and they reported an aviation crash that involved the two helicopters. This was near the 100 block of Basin Road in the area of Horse Pike and Route 206. Again, police say both helicopters, they crashed, they landed, and one of the aircraft was engulfed in flames. Firefighters, police, and EMS responded to the scene, extinguished that fire. Now, officials confirmed one fatality at the scene. A second person was located in the wreckage and was taken by EMS to a hospital with critical life-threatening injuries. So definitely hold these folks in your thoughts as we are trying to learn more about how exactly this happened. And again, it's a story that we've been following throughout the day here. Authorities have not released the identities at all for the folks impacted by this situation. And this is footage from earlier. I want to mention here, it is not live. This is footage from earlier this afternoon. And police are asking residents and travelers to avoid this area, Basin Road in Hamilton, New Jersey. And joining us now to talk about this, we have Captain Armin Kurdian joining us. Armin, thank you so much. First, I'm pretty sure you heard about what happened here. So what's your reaction? Armin, can you hear us?
I'm sorry, say that last part one more time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us today. So we have been covering this really tragic incident that happened in Hamilton, New Jersey, where two helicopters have collided, and that has caused one fatality, and one person is critically injured with serious life-threatening injuries. Now, there's a lot to still find out about this. We're trying to figure out the identities here of the victims and details about why this crash happened. So when you heard about this, what was your initial reaction? How do you think this happened?
Well, my first reaction was, what was the weather like? And I just checked, and the ceiling is 4,000 feet, and the visibility is actually very good. I was thinking maybe they ran into each other because of bad weather, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Another joint training, and if they're doing some joint training, and if that was the case, what the potential issues were there, because these two helicopters, they are used in training events a lot. So obviously, heart goes out for the families and the emergency responders. Thank you for being on the scene so quickly. So we'll have to see who the actual operators of the helicopters were. But these are very small helicopters. They carry one pilot and two passengers, perhaps for this extra passenger doing some training there. So still a lot to be discerned.
Apologies. I'm pretty sure you can hear us now, but I just wanted to speak to you because obviously this is such a tough situation. I mean, we have been covering this. Our sister station has been covering this in Philadelphia, Fox 29, giving us that footage. And when we take a look, it seems like the plane that is, I think the color red, doesn't have as much damage as the other plane that we saw on the other side of the aerial footage there that was given to us. How do you think that must have happened?
Well, it's entirely possible when two helicopters collide with each other. If damage, the quickest way to get damage is when you damage the rotor. Now, a helicopter can land without its main rotor working. It can simply auto land and come to a fairly safe descent. So it seems like one helicopter was able to do that, the other was not. Obviously, when you do get damage to the rotor, either one of the rotors, the vibration in the helicopter is extremely challenging and difficult. The pilot has to make very some quick, snap decisions as to what to do, where to come down. Any open space, that's the one advantage of being a helicopter, is you don't need something very long and flat. A helicopter can come down in a small clearing if necessary. So it seems like the one pilot was able to do that. The other pilot, perhaps bring the air vehicle down safely.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just a devastating situation where emergency crews are still on the scene responding to the aviation-related incident in Hamilton. Now, we saw smoke in the sky there when the helicopters collided. Just harrowing video that we saw about this deadly helicopter crash in New Jersey, killing one person. So 2 helicopters in this fatal New Jersey crash. Now, you're seeing right now live, we're talking to Armin Kurdian, who is a retired U.S. Navy captain. And again, we want to mention here that one person died, another was critically injured after these 2 helicopters collided. So Enstrom F-28A helicopter and the Enstrom 280C collided in midair. This is according to the FAA. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with those types of helicopters. What do you know about the Enstrom F-28 model there for helicopters?
Like I said previously, that's one pilot, 2 passengers. They're small, they're light. They are used by a lot of different organizations. They are used a lot for training. They're also used for quick passenger transport. Sometimes they're used to go out to oil platforms and back as well. So very simple, non-complicated aircraft that can be used. They don't have a very necessarily long range, but they can stay airborne for a few hours if necessary, and they're great. They have very good visibility. Additionally, out the sides and out the front and even down. So they could be used by law enforcement. They could be used by local hobbyists as well. But they're great aircraft. They're very, very reliable. As what happened here, if the 2 aircraft were operating close to each other, it would be very odd for these 2 aircraft not to necessarily have been talking to each other or operating with each other, or perhaps even the 2 pilots even knew each other operating together to be in the same kind of airspace. I'm not saying it's impossible, but my guess is perhaps they were both operated by the same organization or company, but we'll actually have to see.
Absolutely. So we want to take a live look at what's going on there right now. So this is the footage that we have. And Armin, I want to talk to you based on the initial information that we gave you. Really, what stands out to you about how this crash happened?
Aircraft operating together, if they're operating, say, some kind of formation flying, if one aircraft does a maneuver that's not correct, or perhaps there's a shift in the wind that one pilot is not ready for, these things can happen. or perhaps one pilot may have lost sight of the other helicopter. I just said the aircraft have good visibility, but if one ended up behind in an aircraft, one of the helicopters slowed down. I mean, there's a number of different ways it could have actually gone down. It's, of course, possible that perhaps one of the helicopters had a sudden mechanical failure, which caused it to momentarily, I won't necessarily go out of control, but requiring the pilot's concentration. And in that event, it may have collided with the second one. So, it's just conjecture at this point. Like I said, it doesn't seem like the weather was a factor here because, it's overcast and a little cool out there. But the cold weather is great for flying as well. The visibility was very good, so the pilots would be able to see a very long distance. And the ceiling was 4,000 feet, which means 4,000 feet above the ground. And helicopters extremely rarely ever go that high, so they were obviously operating very close to the ground. I think that's why perhaps you had some survivors that come down to the one helicopter was able to come down relatively safely. It's unfortunate about the second.
So I want to talk about these smaller airports and how is air traffic typically coordinated around smaller airports like these?
Sure. Some small airports, I'm not sure about Hamilton, but they may or may not have a control tower. If you don't, it's perfectly fine. You just get on the say, hey, I'm Cessna 123. I'm taking off from runway 5. I'm going to be departing the airport to the south. And there's basically a common frequency for these aircraft to operate. Small little puddle jumpers, small little personal aircraft, VFR aircraft that are operating in visual flight rules with visual separation. They're talking to each other, say, hey, okay, I see you over there, I see you over here. And they operate. They're not very crowded, usually. If there's some big thing happening, usually you might have somebody coordinate arrival times at the same time. If it's a slightly larger airport, you have a control tower. That tower has operating hours, basically from 7 in the morning until, say, 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock at night, where the tower provides some control and control over aircraft taxiing over the ground. But in these very small municipal airports, which are all over the country, these kinds of operations happen very, very daily, and it's the pilots who are operating in and out of them are very, very familiar with those procedures. They're familiar not only with the runways and the taxiways, but they're also familiar with, say, where the water towers are, where the trees are, where the Jones's farm is. Hey, make a left over Jones's farm. It'll be about 300 feet over the gnarled tree, and then you can come in for a landing. So you use a lot of these visual cues on the ground to make your approaches and to operate in and around. So it's a funny way of doing business, but it works really well.
Yeah, so when we talk about these incidents, and especially the tragic one that just took place in Hamilton, New Jersey, where one person has passed away, another person has life-threatening critical injuries here, I want to talk about, does weather, pilot awareness play a part in this, or visibility? Can that be one of the elements that maybe triggered this moment here? Just really tragic incident.
It's always something that the FB is going to look at. Essentially what happens is when they come in, whenever there's any kind of major air crash, not just a little fender bender, but they're going to come in, especially when there's a fatality, and they're going to dig into it, soup to nuts. How much sleep did these pilots get? Were the frequencies operating? Were the navigation beacons working in proper order? Were the maintenance records of these aircraft? Who was in these aircraft at the same time? What were the last calls that anybody actually made? There's usually not a recording system around here, so if there was other aircraft in the area that may have heard these calls that were actually being made, they will they'll interview other pilots in the area. They say, yep, the last call I heard from this helicopter was at around this time, or he was saying this, or I'm not exactly sure, but I did hear him make a call. No, it didn't sound like anything was in duress. And then so they'll try to rebuild that picture.
Thank you so much. No problem. So we're going to stage hold here, right?
That's fine. Yep.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
Again, this is the footage of the video that we have here, and as Armin is talking to us about it, I want us to take a closer look at the situation that happened here. And Armin, I have to, really I want to ask you, do helicopters have collision, or how much does pilot experience factor into preventing mid-air incidents like these?
Well, in terms of like a collision avoidance system, it's not necessarily required on these types of helicopters. The smaller the aircraft and the more, say, recreational an aircraft is, the lower the requirements are for collision avoidance systems. Usually you'll see that, especially if there's if the aircraft is operating for hire, and especially carrying passengers, sort of like a commercial licensing kind of thing. The pilots require their single engine license. They need to be medically qualified. If they're operating in instrument conditions, then they need a particular instrument rating for this kind of thing. So the pilot experience will come into play. Say, how many hours did the particular pilots have before these incidents? Were they pretty much flying once a month? Were they flying several times a week? So that comes into that sense. And at the same time, there's no necessarily, I don't know if there's a cockpit recording system in these aircraft. I would venture to guess there probably isn't, but if there are, that will lend a lot of information as to the few seconds that happened up to this, all the way to what the control inputs were, what were the engine readings, what direction was the aircraft flying, what was the speed off the ground, what was the true airspeed. All those elements will help the NTSB build a picture of at least what happened, and then they can hopefully try to figure out why.
So when we talk about the NTSB and the FAA, what are going to be the first things that they're going to hone in on or focus in on in regards to this incident, you think?
Well, whenever there's an accident like this, any operator, the first thing they need to do is sequester all the maintenance logs and maintenance records. They need to basically close down or shut off their maintenance system so that someone doesn't come in and, say, start editing records or changing something, obviously with nefarious purposes. Now, that never happens, but that's just part of the procedures and process. So that's number one. Number two is they'll go to the operator and they'll say, okay, were these pilots, were they employees here? And if so, they'll want their records. They'll want to know what the last time they had a medical checkup is. They'll want to know what their certifications are. They'll hopefully want to get a hold of their pilot's logs, all the flights that they've done over the last several years, how many hours they actually had. So anything that's historical, that is anything close to the airport, they'll want to know, was there any maintenance done on any of the aircraft, like say nav aids on the runways? They'll look into all these things, even things that may be seemingly disconnected. They'll piece all of that together. So it's actually several things at once. They'll come out with a preliminary report and then a more detailed report at a further point in time. An incident like this, it might take a few months to put together. If there's less information, obviously, if there's it's a passenger jet, there's a crash, those kinds of things can take a very long time to build a completely thorough picture, because ultimately you want to take the lessons learned from those reports, apply them to the future to avoid these kinds of tragedies.
And when we talk about the cause, right, that's something that we're all thinking about right now. How long would it take investigators to find a probable cause for this, do you think?
It depends. It could be as little as a week. When they come out there, something may just jump out at them. They'd be pretty obvious, and they say, well, we were 80% sure that it was this. Now, they're 80%, not 100% sure, because they want to make sure they go through every possibility, even ones that are the most unlikely. But they will give their definitive assessment, when the final report is done. And if their definitive assessment is, well, we're only 80% sure that this is what happened, well, we can't be absolutely positive, then they will say that as well. Or sometimes, if like say, in a passenger jet crash, that they don't have no idea what happened. An airplane fell from the sky, they can't find the black box. All they can do is just make some guesses and move on from there. That's kind of, it's too bad when that kind of thing happens. It does happen that sometimes you don't get all the answers. I've been involved in a couple of, on the side, mishap investigations within the Navy. Nothing too serious. I was never centrally responsible for any of them, but they're very, very detail oriented. They'll come up with a bunch of hypotheses, say, pilots were sick, rejected. Pilots didn't have breakfast in the morning, rejected. Or pilot last medical was out of medical calls, accepted. That's all just hypothetical. These kinds of things that might have happened. So they'll say, what are all the different things that could have happened, and then they'll one by one. They will either eliminate them or say this could have happened, or say, hey, we're 99% sure that this is what occurred.
And I really am thinking about this. Could this have been prevented? What's your take?
Any accident is preventable, even the ones you can't foresee. It's important to understand that probably about 85% of all the aviation accidents down there involve some measure of human error. A human being made a mistake, whether it's a pilot, whether it's a maintainer, whether it's a ground controller, air traffic controller. Sometimes it's coupled with a mechanical error. A mechanical error leads to human error, leads to them doing something wrong. So you can see that one by one, a sort of a stepladder or a Swiss cheese sort of scenario. Swiss cheese, when all the holes line up in the wrong way, something bad will actually happen. Every now and then, there is a mechanical failure. Say, an engine blows apart. And the engine happens to have gone through all of its proper maintenance and everybody did everything right. And this was something that nobody could foresee, or perhaps, this was maybe it ingested something bad that was accidentally blown through the wind, comes into the engine. So it's rare that there isn't some kind of human element, but because humans can always learn from these kinds of accidents, it's why even though we talk about them more, they get visibility, they get media attention. Over time, if you look historically, the amount of accidents, especially like in the Navy, the amount of accidents we used to have during World War II, if I say during the 1960s and nowadays, it's gone down significantly. Although the dollar value of the aircraft has, of course, significantly gone up. But the number of accidents that are aviation related, you see that over time they really decrease because everybody pays very close attention. They're very, very serious about preventing future accidents.
So are there lessons the aviation community can take from incidents like this? I mean, this was not expected at all, especially to happen today.
Yeah, if there's any kind of lesson to be learned, and it's a question of training, the FAA will put that out. If it's a question of, say, maintenance, as we talked about, say, hey, this needs to be maintained, this needs to be fixed, then the FAA will put out a bulletin and say, hey, this maintenance procedure wasn't done correctly. We're going to recommend grounding all of these types of helicopters or aircraft until this inspection is actually made. And sometimes that inspection could take 15, 20 minutes. Sometimes they may say, hey, there's a part defect. We found a flaw in the manufacture of this replacement part. Anybody with this part in the aircraft that was manufactured at this factory between this date and that date needs to have that part replaced, and you can't fly until that's actually fixed. So that's how those lessons are applied going forward.
And I want to talk to you about this definitely. Do helicopters have collision avoidance systems similar to commercial planes?
They can if they are carrying passengers. They can if they are, commercially rated, like they're aircraft for hire. And I'm not just talking like internal flight school where you're training students that are coming there. But if you're a helicopter company and I'll transport your package to the next town over for $40. That's a commercially rated helicopter. You might want to put that in there because it can also lower your insurance. It might be expensive to put in, but as we all know, insurance is very expensive for just about anything these days, especially when it comes to the aviation industry. So you would want to put it in there. I don't know that these aircraft would have had them installed. My guess is probably not, because they're very small, and if they were just used for flight training only, then unless you put it in collision avoidance for the purpose of training, then I don't know why you would put them in, but it's entirely possible.
How much does timing and positioning matter when multiple aircrafts are in the same airspace? So I was thinking about that just now.
You want to have situational awareness to everybody that's around you, especially when you're operating VFR. If you're operating in instrument conditions or under an instrument flight plan, you're under positive control of air traffic control, whether it's the tower, whether it's approach control, or aircraft center. But it doesn't absolve you from knowing exactly what's happening going around you. Just a kind of a silly example: if you're on an instrument flight plan and you're along on your flight just like you're supposed to, and the aircraft comes crossing your path, you can say, "Well, I have the right of way; he's going to get away." There's procedures to passing left to left if necessary, or top to bottom if you need to do that in order to avoid a collision. So that kind of thing can actually happen. Like I say, you have to be talking, especially if you're in a local area. On aircraft common and visual rules, even operating in between airports. You might see another aircraft operating out there, and you know what the common frequency is, so you might want to reach out and say, "Hey, I'm over here," just to make sure you see what I'm doing. You don't want the aircraft to be operating more than a half a mile close to each other without talking if they're going at a low speed. If they're going faster, if they're going higher, you want to establish that communications much sooner.
Are helicopters usually communicating with air traffic control in these areas or operating under visual flight rules?
They would be operating under visual flight rules. It's just from what I could see from that video, as low as those helicopters were, they were probably, I'm sure they were operating under visual flight rules. I can't imagine two helicopters of that nature operating that close to each other, that low to the ground on an instrument flight plan. It's possible, but it's unlikely. Again, this is the kind of thing that the NTSB is going to look at. They're going to see if they both file flight plans, and if they file flight plans, if they were instrument or if they were visual flight rules, or if they filed instrument and then canceled that clearance once they were airborne and went visual.
Are there standard procedures that I would say pilots follow when they're flying near other aircraft at this low altitude?
There's always perhaps standard approaches, standard departures coming into some of these aircraft, airports at the same time. There are rules of the road, if you will, when you're operating airborne. If you're going to overtake another aircraft, then you pass to a certain a certain direction, to the left, I believe. Hope I got that right. You'll also want to be calling the other aircraft up in front of you, making sure they can see you. You want to keep that aircraft in visual sight at all times at the same time. So and just in that sense, it's a lot like driving on the road. You keep two hands on the wheel. You're out there. You're not playing with your phone. You're not distracted. You're paying attention to what's happening on the road around you.
When you think about it, I mean, what is the biggest misconception regular people have about helicopter safety, in your opinion?
I think some folks may look at helicopters as being less safe than a commercial aircraft or just a single engine aircraft with wings the way you and I think about it, and I don't think that's correct. Certainly, they're perhaps a little more harder to fly in terms of the balancing the collective and the cyclic, and being able to hover. Being a fixed wing pilot myself and a naval flight officer, and then gotten a little bit of training in helicopters, halfway through my naval career, it's very, very difficult. You can't just drop somebody into a helicopter and expect them to fly it. The helicopters don't necessarily fly themselves the way a fixed wing aircraft can, but a trained helicopter pilot has gone through the proper procedures and process to not only understand the basics of helicopter flying, but also the ins and outs of that particular make and model and series that they're operating in as well. So don't think that a helicopter is less safe than a single engine aircraft.
Absolutely, and I really want to focus in on this. Incidents like this, does this raise concern for the general public, or is it considered a really unique, anomaly, rare event when something like this happens?
Well, if you look, on a daily basis in general aviation, there are accidents. Aircraft will crash, but look at the numbers of general aircraft that are flying on a daily basis. There's a lot of them. It's not like hundreds of thousands, but on any given day there could be tens of thousands of GA aircraft operating out there, and every now and then one is going to have a single engine failure and maybe crash landing in a field. Or something bad could happen on landing. These accidents do happen, but they're rare. They don't happen on a regular basis. They're not very common, and they're not something to really be too worried about. So, like I said, they're publicized, so it may give some people a false fear of flying. You should never be afraid to fly. Statistically, you're 10 to 100 times safer in being in the air than you are on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. When we talk about reaction time, really, I mean, how fast can things go wrong in situations like this for pilots that are in these helicopters?
It's exceptionally rare that, say, something happens and it's so sudden and so violent that you have no time to react or even know what's actually happening to it. It's happened in the past, but a lot of times it's, all of a sudden I'm leaking oil. All right. My engine just shut down. If you're in a, like say, if you're in a single engine aircraft and your engine shuts down, oh shoot, well, I'm going to start descending at a gradual rate. I'm going to trim up my aircraft for, the best glide. I'm going to try to keep restarting the engine until I'm about 1,000 feet from the ground or so. But in the meantime, I'm setting myself up for an emergency landing. Same with the helicopter. Oh, something's happening. I have to disconnect my rotor from the engine. I'm going to auto-rotate down. I'm going to use my energy and glide safely. And then I'm going to find a little clearing. And then I'm going to flare and bring the aircraft down safely. So oddly enough, you probably have a lot more time to react in an aircraft than you do in a car.
That's an interesting statement. So when investigators, get to know that only the pilots were on board, correct? Does that change how this flight was likely being conducted?
It's possible if it's if it's an instructor pilot and a trainee pilot in the other seat, then obviously that it's a flight training event. Both aircraft before they take off will have some kind of manifest as it's taking. So that happens. Even if it's your own aircraft, you're always going to log out. You're going to know who's going to be in the aircraft at all times. So that's going to be part of the records that the ATSB is going to investigate.
So should incidents like this really, it's kind of sad how all of this played out here. When we talk about, could it be sun glare or just could it be workload for the pilot as well, playing a role in something like this? If the workload is too heavy and conditions seemed quote unquote normal on the ground.
Workload in an aircraft on general principles is not significant. The highest workload period is when you're coming in for landing. If something happens while you're landing, that could be, it could get serious. But when you're airborne and you're flying, your workload is necessarily light, and there are actually qualitative scales to measure in flight tests what the pilot's workload is in various conditions. That workload can go from 1, which is like, hey, I'm not even touching the aircraft and it's flying, to a 10, whereas like best pilot in all of human history, can't do anything to save the aircraft or operate it. Usually on general principles, your workload is from 1 to 3. 3 might be when you're coming in for landing. You're talking on the radios. You're making a turn. All these kinds of things. The aircraft is designed to make your life easy. It should be. Unless it's a little sport plane or it's a kit plane, where it might be a little harder to operate, but it's built to your specifications. Of course, that's something that's very specifically tailored to the individual pilot. But generally, the workload is not that significant. If an engine goes out, obviously your workload goes up. If you have an engine fire or something, your workload is going to go up, but you have time to manage that emergency.
And I just want to overall sum this up. When you think about what happened, is this human error most likely? I'm sure the investigation has to happen. This is a developing story about this fatal helicopter crash in New Jersey and Hamilton. And if you're watching us right now, we have Armin Kurdian, who's a retired U.S. Navy captain, talking to us about this incredibly tragic situation that happened this morning. And what I'm asking him is that obviously the NTSB, the FAA, they are informed about this. They're investigating. Now, when you yourself think about this, Armin, and this would be just your opinion because the investigation has to happen, would this be a system failure or human error, or could it really just be both?
I hesitate to make a guess as to this because I don't want to put thoughts in people's head. But again, like on general principles, if you look at the history of aviation accidents and mishap reports, it's about 80% that there is some measure of human. Like I said, it could be the pilot, could be the maintainer, could be a ground controller, it could be somebody in a factory who did an improper procedure or manufactured something incorrectly that is part of the chain. It's rare that it's only mechanical. It's a little bit less rare that it's only human error. A lot of times it's like, let's say, one thing leads to another in this kind of a scenario. So, it's just going to have to be up to the NTSB to make that determination.
And we're taking another look at the situation here in New Jersey as we continue our conversation with Armin Kurdian, who is giving us his insights. He's a retired U.S. Navy captain. If you're just joining us on Fox 5 Weekend Live, here's another angle of where this all took place in New Jersey, in Hamilton. Now, when we talk about this, Armin, another question that I'm thinking about right now is when planes like that come down on the ground, how bad is it? When we talk about the damage, right? Two of them collide, they come down, they crash down. How bad is the damage going to be on the ground in these neighborhoods, especially what's going on, what we're looking at right now currently?
Well, you remember the UPS crash, which was like just everything that bad happened in that kind of an incident. It's not often that an air crash happens in a neighborhood. And a lot of that simply is because there's a lot more area where there isn't anybody than there is on the ground. Not to be a little flippant about it, but these aircraft, they don't carry a whole lot of gas. They might have caught fire, but they're not going to explode in a massive fireball like you might see in an actual movie. In fact, I'd venture to guess that if they fell on top of somebody's house, it might have damaged the house, and maybe caught the house on fire, but it wasn't going to flatten the house to a pulp because it's not a very heavy heavy helicopter. 3 passengers and gas and the structure of the aircraft. I don't know exactly what the weight of the helicopter would be, but I'd be surprised if it's more than a couple of much more than a couple thousand pounds at best, and that's fairly light when you think about it. So 3 passengers, 600 pounds. The gas might be 200 pounds. Actually, it's probably less than that. It's probably more like about 1,000 to 1,500 pounds. Now that I'm doing the math in my head. So a small craft like this won't do a whole lot of damage to any ground structures.
Absolutely. So when authorities ask people to avoid traveling, for instance, right now on Basin Road in New Jersey because of the investigation, why do you think that's the case? I mean, at this point, the crash has happened, the damage is there. We're seeing that in the shot. We're still seeing crews on the scene there. But is it still unsafe for folks to travel in these situations, whether they're on the road or walking around?
Well, emergency services don't want looky-loos. They don't want rubberneckers. They don't want people going in that area when they're trying to get emergency services in there. They don't want folks coming in and just taking a gander and say, hey, what's going on over here? Say, hey, stay out. There's an emergency. Let us handle it. It's the same thing if there's when the tornado comes through the neighborhood. The police are going to cordon off the area and they're not going to want you in there unless perhaps that's your actual resident and it's safe to go in. It's not a spectator sport. It's an emergency, and folks have got to remember that.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just incredibly tragic. A person was killed, another was critically injured. 2 helicopters crashing this morning in Hamilton, and police officers got this call around 11:25 about this aviation crash involving 2 helicopters near the 100 block of Basin Road in the area of White Horse Pike and Route 206, and we're continuing our conversation here about that at this time. So is this area, I don't know if you've heard about this area in Jersey, really not known for heavy helicopter traffic, and how common is it for multiple aircrafts to be operating so close together in an area like Hamilton, New Jersey?
I won't say it's necessarily uncommon. Not really familiar with that area. I used to live in Mount Holly, New Jersey. I don't know where Hamilton is relative to Mount Holly. I used to work in Philadelphia in my last job in the Navy there. But there's a lot of rural areas there in New Jersey. A lot of neighborhoods, a lot of small towns. Hamilton is a small town as well. So if these 2 helicopters, both the same manufacturer, a slightly different model, were owned by the same flight school, then wouldn't be uncommon necessarily for a couple or more than one aircraft from a flight school be operating. Again, I don't know that they were operator owned by a flight school. I don't know who the operator actually was, but I would theorize they were probably both operating by the same owner in the sense of if it was a flight school or an operator, or maybe 2 flight schools that were working closely together. Don't know, but we'll just have to see.
Absolutely. There's a lot that we don't know right now, and we're just talking at this point. So is there any scenario where one helicopter that is in the air in a situation like this might not see the other until it's incredibly late?
Well, considering the visibility, of both of the cockpits, for one helicopter to not see the other, you would have to have pilots distracted from doing it, because I mean you can see clearly to both sides. You can see up, you can see down, you can see even a little bit behind you as well. So you've got well over a hemisphere of visibility. So unless the two helicopters were both flying backwards right into each other, then and I don't know why they would do that. Of course they wouldn't be doing that. Then I would say that at least one helicopter was in full view of the other one before the accident actually occurred. Now, whether the pilot actually saw, or perhaps was looking in the wrong direction, or the pilot and the passengers were looking in the wrong direction or were distracted, that's entirely possible too. Without a camera recording device in the aircraft, we'll never actually know the answer to that question, though.
Are there warning signs that pilots are trained to look for that something isn't right in shared airspace?
Well, one warning sign is if you know there's somebody airborne and you can't see them, or perhaps you can't hear where they are. You might want to get a little concerned and really start saying, hey, whatever you're doing inside the aircraft, whatever training kind of stops and says, all right, let's focus on safety. Let's look around the aircraft, make sure that we're safe. Let's call back. Maybe the aircraft lost its radio. It's got to be out here somewhere. Let's keep operating as long as we can see where we're going. Hopefully no one will actually run into us. So if you're ever concerned that there's a safety issue, you stop everything else, and then you focus on the aviation side of the aviate, navigate, communicate pyramid.
So when we talk about this investigation, what do you think NTSB, FAA, people that are a part of this investigation are going to focus on first? I know we spoke about that. Would it be radio communications, or the aircraft condition we saw for these helicopters, or really the flight paths in this situation?
Well, that's another thing. They should, if the aircraft was squawking, even if it's a VFR squawk 1200, they would probably be aware. So there might be a track for those aircraft, so they would pull those tracks from that system and know basically when they took off, and they would be able to pinpoint at least when the signals were lost, or when they would say, okay, both of these signals were lost at this exact same time, or maybe one of the transponders were still working as the aircraft came to the ground. So you might see, a straight path and then a bit of a squiggly corkscrew, or a very odd, irregular path as it came down. If they only came down, only 200 or 300 feet in the air, then there wouldn't be much time to build any future tracks. So the tracks would stop in midair at that point. The maintenance records, as I said before, need to be sequestered, as well as if these pilots worked, if they were employees, operating as employees of the operator, then their employee records would also be sequestered at the same time. So, like I said, it's several things that happen all at once from a safety perspective. A lot of the evidence can be gathered immediately. Then, of course, they're going to come in and they're going to survey the ground. They're going to take pictures. They're going to take movies and videos of everything. And then once they have the entire ground site mapped out, with little pennants or what have you, then they're going to start picking everything back up, and then they're going to decide whether they're going to try and rebuild these helicopters to see if they can figure out. This looks like this was a helicopter impact. Oh, look, the paint of one helicopter is on the other helicopter right here. This is where they might have touched paint.
I think when we watch this, and folks who watch this at home, I'm sure they'll agree, when something like this happens, where a fatal helicopter crash causes somebody to be injured and lose their life, we always think about prevention in these situations. And with all of the new technology, Armin, that we do have when it comes to traffic alert systems or tracking software, could those technologies have prevented something like this?
It's possible. If you had a collision avoidance system, then based on where you are in the air, based on your squawking, the other systems would be able to receive that and say, there's a rudimentary computer in there that basically builds a three-dimensional picture, and if it sees two lines starting to intersect or get very close to each other, say within a certain predetermined distance, 500 feet, 100 feet, it'll give you a veritable warning saying, it'll highlight somebody, maybe do an auditory alert, and if you're definitely on a collision path, and it'll probably be very, very loud, and you might hear something in your ears as collision alert or something, and then you'll realize something is seriously wrong and you need to move out of the way, or stop, or someone else needs to move out of the way, and then go through those procedures. Like I said, you're not just going to continue operating on your instrument flight plan. If a collision is imminent, you're going to do what's necessary to maintain safety.
And I know we spoke about this, people that are joining in now. I mean, this is just a really incredibly tragic story that's taking place right now. And again, how long do these NTSB investigations take? Because I know folks are concerned. They want to know how this happened.
The investigation will probably take a few months. Like I said, this isn't. Obviously, it's a tragedy for the individual who died, and hopefully the one who's critically injured will survive at the same time. But they'll put their folks on it. They'll assess it. Depending on how many other accidents that the MSAT team needs to look into, these investigators could be working on 3 or 4 or 5 different incidents all at the same time. They may be, one analyst may be at the same time pulling together the evidence for one while providing an analysis assessment on a second, or giving a final review on a third. So I say probably a few months. I don't think it should take too much longer. And like I mentioned to you guys, they should have a pretty good idea of what happened in the first week or two.
Absolutely. When we talk about what occurred after this, obviously one person dead, another person critically injured with life-threatening injuries, and all of us want some kind of closure, a happy ending when situations like this happen. So with a collision this extreme, if one person has survived, what do you think the odds are here? I mean, I believe that things could turn around. Do you think somebody can survive a crash like this? Because right now what we have is that one person has passed away, another person is critically injured.
People survive crashes all the time. The aircraft is designed to take that kind of an impact. The frame of the aircraft is designed to protect the pilot. You're strapped in. You don't just have a lap belt. You're strapped into your seat. Hopefully, you had your seat belts on because it can save your life in an aircraft just as much as it does in a passenger in a commercial aircraft. You see a lot of, like, say, single-engine aircraft that come in for a landing. Something happens. It flips over its front. But people survive. Maybe a little scraped and scrounged, or scraped and bruised, a little banged up. But sometimes people can walk away from these kinds of crashes. So they are eminently survivable. And unfortunately, one person did not, but looks like 2 did at the very least. So at least that's a positive sign. And like I said, hopefully the one who was most seriously injured will survive.
Yeah, absolutely. When you talk about Basin Road in New Jersey there in Hamilton, Armin, we are seeing it is near a residential area as well. And of course that raises concerns for folks. Are there concerns, should people avoid living near smaller airports like this? Or is this really extremely uncommon to happen, what we saw occurred this morning in Hamilton, New Jersey?
No, don't stop living, near a small airport. It's everything's perfectly fine. It's something can happen no matter where you are. You could be backing up against a nature preserve and be subject to a fire. You could be near a freeway or something else. So there's obviously no place is 100% safe. But just because you live near an airport, people have been living near airports for a century. And they will continue to do so. Usually they're a lot more concerned about the noise than they are about an accident.
So these helicopters likely, we think flying under visual flight rules here. And how do pilots normally communicate or de-conflict when operating near a small municipal airport like this one? And you can see the zoomed in shot there too in New Jersey there. You can see crews are still on the scene.
Yeah, they're going to be talking on a common frequency that's shared by all aircraft in the area. They'll announce who they are. what their intentions are, where they're going, and then another aircraft will chime in, and even if they're not really doing anything, they'll just make a situational awareness broadcast. Hey, Cessna 123, I'm at 3,000 feet northwest of the airport. And someone else will say, Piper 456, Roger, south of the airport at 2,000, coming in to do some touch and goes and then departing back to the south. They might say something like that. So, the pilots will build that situational awareness picture in their head. And if the visibility is good, they'll be able to look out their windscreen and see said traffic.
And when something like this happens, again, we want to talk about those warning signs. Are the pilots trained to look for certain signs when something like this is about to occur, that something is not right in that shared airspace that they're, flying in?
Well, obviously there's everybody has their their homework in terms of the studying their scan patterns, studying what's happening with the aircraft, engine monitoring, the altitude. So you're looking out for say 4 or 5, 10 seconds. You quickly drop your head into the cockpit for a minute, for a second or two. Check out check out the instruments, see if everything's going fine. Then you look back out. You're operating. So you're spending time looking left, looking right, and you're not focusing on any one item or one aspect of flying for an overly extended period of time.
And only the pilot's reports say we're on board here. So does that change how this flight was likely being conducted?
It's possible. If there was no one out there for hire, then that's something that will be looked at. If it's just pilots, let's say an instructor pilot and a student pilot, or 2 instructor pilots at the same time, just getting some time out there operating. Maybe they were doing some formation flying to get maybe that kind of qualification. Maybe they were practicing to go to a local air show. We don't know. That's going to be another one of the questions that the NTSB will have to answer.
Now, when we take a look at the shot here, we're seeing the camera shake a lot in this situation. I mean, the weather today, I'm not aware of the exact weather situation in New Jersey again, but when we talk about a collision like this, could weather, sun glare, or even just like the workload the pilot has, what would play a bigger role in something like this on the ground, even if conditions were like looking normal on the ground?
It's very unlikely that obviously it's this overcast day, so there will be no sun glare. I'm not aware. I've never heard of an accident where the sun was in somebody's eyes and they couldn't see an aircraft coming in to them. I'm not saying it's never happened, but I haven't heard of something like that to happen. It's much more likely that you may have unintentionally flown into a cloud or flown into fog, or perhaps the weather deteriorated much more quickly than you were anticipating. You didn't have a chance to get back, because if you take off under visual flight rules or under visual conditions and things go instrument conditions, that happened to me when I was a student pilot actually, you need to get out of that situation and get back on the ground quickly and safely.
Yeah, and based on the initial information that me and you both have, I mean, just a really tragic situation in Hamilton. What truly stands out to you about this helicopter crash, Armin?
It's much more often that something happens individually when 2 aircraft run into each other. It's, usually because one aircraft did something wrong or both aircraft did something wrong. But it's not unheard of that you have 2 aircraft operating in tandem or close to each other where there's a mechanical issue that ended up being the spark, so to speak, that resulted in an actual mishap. So, like I say, it's exceptionally rare. The last one I remember was, the American jet that crashed into that Army helicopter. The Navy has incidents all the time in terms of, 2 aircraft flying in formation that run into each other. I won't say it happens all the time, but it does happen, at least once or twice a year you hear about that kind of thing happening.
Absolutely. It's a situation that we are going to be keeping our eyes out on. We truly appreciate Armin Kurdian joining us. Armin, thank you so much. I really appreciate it and hope you have a happy New Year's. We're going to continue focusing on this story coming out of New Jersey. We're taking a live look once again, zoomed in on this shot. We're going to take a quick break here, and after the break, we will be back with local news now to see what they are working on for the day. We are also going to be joined by our guest Rachel Strauss for all things New Year's as well. So make sure you keep it locked right here on Fox 5 Weekend Live, where we're going to continue following this story. Fatal crash in Jersey, helicopter crash resulting in one person dead, another injured after this mid-air helicopter crash in New Jersey. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back. Thank you for watching. Welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live. I'm your host, Saida Abbas, and time now is 3:51. We're joined now by James Colum from Local News Now. James, we're following a lot of top stories here. We're keeping people updated on that deadly helicopter crash in Hamilton, New Jersey. We have also been following the meeting between President Donald Trump and Zelensky in peace talks about Ukraine and Russia. But what are you guys currently working on where you're at?
Well, I have to tell you that watching your coverage of this helicopter crash really brought me back to the airplane crash at Reagan National Airport that took 67 lives a year ago next month. Whenever incidents like this occur, it's shocking. And because your previous guest mentioned, it's very rare to see incidents like this occur, and when they do occur, especially after a Christmas holiday like this, it's pretty shocking. We're looking at a number of stories right after Christmas. Right now, it's 3:52, so there's a little bit more than an hour left in a firehouse primary for Virginia's 17th district. Delegate Mark Sickles, who has been in office for 21 years, recently stepped down. He resigned because he's going to be Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger's next Secretary of Finance. And so that meant a quick turnaround for a special election that's going to be held on January 20th, and for the 17th district, which is in the Franconia district of Fairfax County. So that's Springfield, parts of the Alexandria and Fairfax County. And you have 4 candidates running for the seat. You have Russell Brooks. He's a former State Department official, and You have Joy McManus, who is a vice chair of the Fairfax County Democratic Committee. You have Carla Bustillos. She is director of the nonprofit Visión Democrática, and she's also president of the Democratic Party of Virginia's Latino Caucus. And then you have Garrett McGuire. Garrett is actually been endorsed by former Delegate Sickles for the seat. McGuire is an AT&T lobbyist, and he's also the chair of the board of directors for United Community, which is a local nonprofit. And so we have about an hour and just a little bit more than an hour left for that primary. Now, Republicans have also an hour to list their candidates for a canvass, which is going to be conducted tomorrow. Now, this is a heavily Democratic seat in Fairfax County. Delegate Sickles just won re-election to this seat in November with 77% of the vote. So, I mean, they pretty much they whooped the Republicans this time around. So we'll see what happens with this seat. And but right now, it's a firehouse election. It's anybody's seat. It really amounts to endorsements and turnout. Really turnout right now. So we're looking at that. We're also it is going to be a short work week, so we're looking at New Year's. And so we will be out in Old Town Alexandria. It's going to be on December 31st. It's first night. One of the most beautiful places in the region to celebrate New Year's. First night, for $10, you can buy a ticket, $10 per person. You can buy a ticket for dozens of venues across the city. You've got DJs, you've got live music. There's even, if you want to take the family out and you don't want to stay out until midnight, they have a fireworks show at Waterfront Park at 7:30 p.m. But if you're going to be out, and you're going to be, if you're going to be out driving the Washington Regional Alcohol Program, their Sober Ride program offers free rides up to $15 for folks who are out, who are partying, who are ringing in the new year. Don't drive. Don't get out in the roads. Don't get pulled over. Don't crash. We want to see everybody safe and healthy, and you don't want to have journalists come out to your scene to report on something that happened. Just get on a sober ride, get home safely, so that we can see a brand new, beautiful new year. And so those are a few of the stories that we're looking at, and we should have tomorrow on Fairfax Now, ffxnow.com, results of that Firehouse Democratic primary for Virginia's 17th district. And yeah, there you go.
All right, James, a really great roundup there of what you guys are covering. We always appreciate what you bring to the table here on Fox 5 Weekend Live. We're going to keep folks up to date on the crash that we have been following. You can take a live look here of one person dead, another injured after that midair helicopter crash in New Jersey. And again, this is another live look of that crash where crews are still on the scene here. The shot has been zoomed in, and just a tragic situation. We also were talking to Armin Kurdian, who was a retired U.S. Navy captain, about this situation, but not something anybody wants to see now. Both helicopters, they crash landed. One of the aircraft was engulfed in flames. Firefighters, police, and EMS responded to the scene and the situation, extinguished the fire. Now, officials confirmed the one fatality at the scene. A second person was located in the wreckage. They were taken by EMS to a hospital with critical life-threatening injuries. We're really hoping the second person makes it out of this one, and just sending good thoughts out there. This is once again happening in Hamilton, New Jersey. I'm going to take a quick break here on Fox 5 Weekend Live. After the break, we're going to tell you how you can use those leftover FSA dollars before the end of the year. Rachel Strauss has all the information you need to know. We'll be right back. Hi, Rachel. Thank you so much for standing by. You look great. I am great. You look incredible. I love the backdrop. So just 1 minute and 23 seconds to you, okay? Welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live. I'm Saeeda Abbas. Time now is 4 o'clock on this Sunday afternoon, and we're still following a story coming out of Hamilton, New Jersey about a helicopter crash. 2 helicopters colliding into each other in the air. Let's take a live look at that situation and what's going on with that. We're zooming in currently. So one person is dead. Another person is critically injured here. As we take a closer look at the scene, we can see that right now, I mean, definitely prayers go out to the one person who is critically injured. So we're going to keep following this story for you at this time. But right now we want to pivot over and we want to bring in our next guest, who is our very own Rachel Strauss, talking to us about all things FSA dollars. Now, Rachel is a public health care analyst, and we're so glad you could join us today. Rachel, welcome to the show.
Testing audio?
Hi, yeah, we can hear you perfect. Thank you so much for being here. Again, when we talk about the FSA dollars before the end of the year, so what are some smart ways that people at home in the DMV can really use those leftover FSA dollars?
Sure. So the important thing with FSA dollars is it is use it or lose it. So if you've got any money left in your account in this next, what are we at, 3 days of the year, you want to make sure that you stack up on things that you need, whether it's ibuprofen or, you know, medications, anything that you think your household might need. For example, I just used some of my FSA dollars to buy a thermometer. We have 2 elementary age children, and it seems like whenever we need one, I can't find one. So it was an easy thing for me to stack up on.
I hear that. So what are a few FSA eligible items that might surprise even me and people at home?
Sure. So there are a lot of items out there that you may not realize you can use FSA dollars. Some examples, and you know, it's the end of the year, and I know New Year's is coming, but a lot of people seem to hit that reset with their health on January 1st. So behind me are some items that you may want to use. For example, Prolon, which is a physician-recommended Restart 5-day nutrition program. If you go online, there are various websites that have FSA purchases like Prolon that you can purchase it right through their site. Another one people may not realize, supplements like Naked Creatine. Again, certain websites will have this where you can use your FSA dollars. Or super greens, anything supplement-wise that are not necessarily medication, but are used for your health and in conjunction with a physician's approval. There are a ton of sites out there that you can look this up for those FSA cards. One thing that I bought myself, Saeeda, that is amazing, and a lot of people don't realize, if you have a lot of funds left over, you can actually get compression gear. These are the Normatec. So if you run or do anything active, they feel amazing at the end of the day, and you can use your FSA dollars for that.
You always have the best stuff, Rachel. Even last time when we were talking about the gifts, I was like, you got to bring us some here. So I know you're talking about people that have a lot of FSA dollars. What about the folks that don't have as many FSA dollars left in their account? How can they wisely spend those?
Anything again that you may need. Anything as simple as ibuprofen. You can go to Costco and bulk up. Even if you only have $20, $30 left, they will take your FSA dollars at the pharmacy counter so you can get your best deal from some of the buy in bulk. Anything again, you can also go, if you look at your FSA card and the bank that issues it, they have websites that are affiliated with them, and you can look at your balance and just make sure you use everything up in there.
And how can people use year-end benefits to set themselves up for better health in 2026?
Sure. So again, we only have a couple days left. So if you do have year-end benefits left, anything like that vision exam, or if you can get in for lab work with any of your participating lab vendors, it's a good time to do this in the next 2 days. Use your telehealth visits. If you don't have anything out of pocket left, your telehealth visits, wellness, anything that you can try to get in and have a physician order lab work, from that televisit, you can get in before January 1st.
So what about these wellness tools or services that sometimes we forget about that people have that could help them really just stay on top of their health? I mean, we all want to feel strong and healthy going into the new year.
Right. So there's a lot of ways you can do that, Saida. Anything from wearable trackers. I know we talked about this last week as a holiday gift. The Oura Ring. I've been wearing mine and it told me I was stressed today. I don't know how I feel about that. But, it really gives you just any indication of how your average heart rate is and how many steps you're walking. And you can use all of this input to, again, discuss with your physician. And as you get wellness checks on the books, if you can't get in those last minute appointments, take these next few days. A lot of us may have some time off work, certainly coming up in this next week. Use the time to productively set all of those appointments that you've been putting off. Get your mammograms, get your OB/GYN, well women's, men, go get checked out. Make sure that you're staying on top of all your tests, and now's a good time to schedule them.
A great time to schedule them. So what's one wellness investment really that gives the biggest return for busy adults like yourself or families?
Well, the best investment site is anything you're going to use, right? If you're going to get a wellness, if you're going to wear a tracker, use it. Look at the data. Again, we can buy everything. One thing I don't have in front of me right now is my walking pad that I got last year at about this time. If you don't use it, it's not going to work. So the key for really anything that you're going to invest in is making sure that you make it easy to use and accessible. Don't keep it in a closet.
Do not keep it in the closet. It can be believed 2025 is coming to an end, Rachel. So as we are heading into this big year, 2026, in Chinese astrology, they're calling it the year of the horse. I'm not going to talk to you about astrology right now, but we're going into a big year. What's the biggest mistake when it comes to insurance that people make really at the last minute without doing the needed research that they need to do or study up on?
They use the premiums to make their decisions.
Okay.
Do not think because you have the most expensive premiums that you have the best policy. And conversely, the less expensive premiums may not mean it's the worst coverage. Really try to take the time and understand your family's needs. Ask, if it's not you picking up medication, ask your spouse, how many medications does the family take as a household? Are they brand? Are they generic? We have Trump RX coming out with really affordable medications, which hopefully will make high deductible health plans that much more attractive for people paying first dollar. But really, the key here is understanding what the policy has, if your physician participates as in-network, and if they don't, what are some of the cash prices that you'd be expected to pay? Just don't leave it for last minute.
Do not leave it for last minute as well. So what should families double check about their health insurance before this new year starts?
Again, making sure that physicians are in network. If you have any mental health, services that you're utilizing for you or your children, making sure you understand if they are able to bill insurance, if you're going to be paying cash, it all goes towards your overall family budget for healthcare. So take those things in mind when you're buying an insurance policy.
And in the DMV area here, a lot of our viewers are thinking about this. So how can people here make sure that their insurance actually, matches how they use healthcare?
That's an amazing question. I would look within the DMV area and see if people can locate, direct primary care physicians, really old school, Saida, building a relationship with the physician as opposed to needing a doctor because you feel sick and not knowing who to call. A lot of clinics throughout the country are really looking to work outside the insurance system, taking cash from patients, which may be less expensive than some of the premiums out there. and then looking for catastrophic coverage. There's a lot of creative ways to make healthcare affordable.
I know, and I love saving money. So if viewers could just take one action this week to, save money and protect their health going into the next year, 2026, what should that one step be?
People should know what their worst case scenario is under any healthcare policy that you're buying. What is the most you could pay each month from a premium standpoint, as well as the most your out of pocket could be, because that's really the true picture of what your health costs are.
And I know we talked about those eligible items. So what should families double check about the health insurance before it kicks in before the new year?
Just making sure, again, that if you have any changes, that you let your providers know. If you have any questions about hospitals and participation, making sure that you communicate. If you're under an employer plan, make sure you reach out to Human Resources before the first of the year. My guess is you've probably already been enrolled. So I'm likely talking to individuals who have yet to make that decision. Just know the window is closing, so you must make those decisions within the next couple of days.
Awesome. Rachel, if you could leave our viewers with one thought about FSA and health insurance, especially now as we're so close to the new year, what would that be?
Just again, as we started saying, people need to remember, use those dollars. They will not be available to you after the first of the year. So just make sure to log on to your balances, and at the worst case, go onto those companies' websites and use the dollars that are in those accounts.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. If we want to, get to learn more about you and learn more about FSA dollars, health insurance, where can we find you on social media?
Sure. I am Rachel Strauss, or Rach is Strauss on Instagram. I can also be found on LinkedIn.
All right. Perfect. Rachel, thank you so much for your insight. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back on Fox 5 Weekend Live.
Thanks, Aida.
All right, you're good. Great job. Thank you so much. Have a happy new year. Welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live. I'm Saida Abbas, and time now is 4:12, and we continue to follow this tragic situation in Hamilton, New Jersey, which resulted in two helicopters colliding, one person passing away, and one critically injured with life-threatening injuries. Let's take a live look at the scene currently as crews are still trying to figure out how this happened. Now, NTSB and the FAA have been notified about this. This is a developing situation. We don't know what caused the situation as well, but let's take a live look at what is going on in Hamilton, New Jersey at this point. All right, we're going to continue monitoring the situation in New Jersey, obviously praying and thinking of everybody involved, including the family who has lost somebody, and again, the person who's critically injured at this time. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here. After the break, we'll be right back. We'll be discussing all things Trump and Zelensky, what they chatted about this morning, how they were talking about building Ukraine back up. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live. A big day for Ukraine as President Donald Trump and Zelensky met face-to-face to talk about peace talks when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. We're keeping an eye out on both the leaders as they'll be joining the podium, giving a recap on what they spoke about. But let's show you a video of the conversation from earlier this afternoon.
We believe that they're going to reach Gotta make a deal. Gotta get it done. Too many people dying, and I think both presidents want to make a deal. We believe that they're going to reach a
Do you need food again soon?
Depends. I do believe that we have the makings of a deal. It's good for Ukraine, good for everybody. It's very important. There's nothing more important. My book. We settled 8 wars, and this is the most difficult one. I thought it would be in the middle of the pack. This is the most difficult one, but we're going to get it done. We're going to have a great meeting today. This gentleman has worked very hard, and he's very brave, and his people are very brave. I mean, what they've gone through, no nation, very rarely has a nation ever had to go through this. So we're going to have a very good meeting today, I think, and I'm also calling President Putin back after the meeting, and we'll continue a negotiation. Pretty complex, but not that complex.
What should we expect the peace deal? Deadline?
I don't have deadlines. You know what my deadline is? Getting the war ended. We don't have deadlines. You agree with that?
Are you prepared to sign security agreement with Ukraine?
Well, it depends what the security agreement says. What a dumb question. Nobody even knows what the security agreement is going to say. But there will be a security agreement. It'll be a strong agreement. And the European nations are very much involved in that. They'll be very much involved in protection, etc. But the European nations have been really great. They're very much in line with this meeting and getting a deal done. They're terrific people. I think you can say that. There's nobody there. They all want to get it done, and they've been very supportive, I think.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for this meeting. Thank you for your invitation. Yes, really, I agree with the President. Our teams, they do what they can. And I think that during last month, they moved forward with negotiations, and the Americans, thank you very much for your team, Steve and Jared. And they worked very well, I think. They worked on different documents. I hope that all these documents can bring peace as quick as possible. So, and I agree with the President that we're in the European Union. Yes, and the President is in contact with them, and maybe we'll contact with them.
We can go today.
Yeah,
we should go
today.
What made you want to come in person to meet the President today?
Sorry?
What made you want to come here to Mar-a-Lago to meet the President today?
What? Why? So, yeah, we talked about our teams. They worked on 20 points plan. Then they worked on prosperity and security document. And 20 points plan is very important. We have to discuss. And sequencing. Very important. Our teams talked about strategy, how to make step by step, and to bring this closer. And we will discuss this strategy.
Mr. President, are you willing to make territorial concessions?
We will speak about 20 points plan. There are in 20 points plan, 90% by the way was done by our 2 teams. I think they made a great job, great work, and yes, we will discuss these points also.
And there are great economic benefits for Ukraine also, because there's a lot of rebuilding to do. There's a lot of wealth to be had, and they have great wealth. Potentially, they have great wealth. They want to get started, but there's a great economic benefit for Ukraine in what we're talking about.
President Trump, some are saying that the recent attacks in the past couple of days that Russia's staged against Ukraine shows that President Putin isn't serious about peace. What is your reaction to that?
No, he's very serious. I think, I can say that I believe Ukraine has made some very strong attacks also. And I don't say that negatively. I think you probably have to. I don't say that negatively. But I think, he hasn't told me that, but there have been some explosions in various parts of Russia, and it looks to me like, I don't know, I don't think it came from the Congo. I don't think it came from the United States of America. It possibly came from Ukraine, but I haven't asked that question. Maybe I won't bother asking. No, they're fighting a war, and we'll see what happens. But I believe it's a war that we have two willing parties, we have two willing countries. They want to see it end. Look, the people of Ukraine want it to end, and the people of Russia want it to end, and the two leaders want it to end.
Some of the economic benefits for Ukraine, Europe is holding some billions in frozen Russian assets. Do you believe that should go to Ukraine to help rebuild, or go back to Russia?
None of that's been determined, but it'll go. It's going to go very quickly. I think we're in final stages of talking, and we're going to see. Otherwise, it's going to go on for a long time. It'll either end, or it's going to go on for a long time, and millions of additional people are going to be killed. Millions. And nobody wants that.
You said you're expecting to get to an agreement today.
What?
When you say that you think it will either end or go on for a long time, and you say you don't have a deadline. So what are you expecting out of today?
I just think we can move very rapidly. I really feel that. We've spoken. I know you had dinner with Steve. Steve Witkoff and Jared have done a fantastic job. And everybody has. Marco's been incredible. The whole group has been, our group has been incredible. And Ukraine appreciates it, and Russia appreciates it. They both want to see it end, and we're going to get it ended. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you, I think, at the end, but I do think we'll call Europe also. I'm going to speak to the European leaders. Thank you very much.
Our eyes on this topic, as any moment now, President Donald Trump and Zelensky will be meeting once again and summing up what they spoke about when we take a look at this podium right here. So we're awaiting them to arrive and talk about peace talks when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. Again, I'm sure it seemed like a very cordial interaction there, productive conversation as well. And we're also following up on the breaking news and the really tragic situation that we have been following as well in New Jersey. So we're keeping an eye on that as well at this moment. Again, the helicopter crash taking place in Hamilton, New Jersey. Another story that we're following where one person has passed away. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And again, waiting for the arrival of President Donald Trump and Zelensky in Florida and Mar-a-Lago, and summing up what they spoke about, especially when it comes to funding for Ukraine and what Americans expect in terms of that. Again, how Russia will be reacting to these peace talks. Now, there were reports of President Donald Trump speaking to Putin over the phone before this situation here. And again, we're awaiting President Donald Trump and Zelensky as they speak about this situation.
school. That's old school. No. What's that? Assume you're Yes, that's it. That's it. Counting down. Or is that not awesome? Joe Marquette was one of these you see the guy in the picture. I didn't know what it's nice and cool, man. You'll need the front page. No, I'll be looking for a report tomorrow.
Well, that we're up to swimming, so
Did she just
So when we can. Well, thank you very much. We had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close. The President and I just spoke to the European leaders. They were President Emmanuel Macron of France, President Alexander Stubb of the Republic of Finland, President Karol Nawrocki of the Republic of Poland, Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Store of the Kingdom of Norway, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of the Italian Republic, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom of Britain and Northern Ireland, Chancellor Friedrich Merz, the Federal Republic of Germany, Secretary General Mark Rutte, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, President Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission. We spoke to all of those great leaders. They're all great leaders. And we had a great talk with them after we were completed. We thought it was appropriate to speak with them. And our meeting was excellent. We covered, somebody would say 95%. I don't know what percent, but we have made a lot of progress on ending that war, which is really certainly the most deadly war since World War II, probably the biggest war since World War II. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff, who's here, and I'd like to thank Jared, who's here someplace. Thank you, Jared. And thank you, Steve. What a great job you've done. Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff. And Marco Rubio is here. Thank you, Marco. And Pete Hegseth is here. Those two people are doing an unbelievable job. And the four people on this one are doing, I don't think anybody could do it. And we'll see if it gets done, but it's very close, certainly. Nobody would even have a chance of getting it to where it is right now. Nobody would have thought that was possible. So I just want to say we've done very well. We've had discussions on just about every subject. And that includes with President Putin before. And we went into great detail, and we likewise went into great detail today. And it was an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago and have lunch. I hope you enjoyed the food. Your people enjoyed the food, I can tell you that. You're big, strong people. Your general over there looks like Central Casting. I want to also, by the way, speaking of generals, we have a great general. General Raisin Kane, who is here someplace. Thank you, General. Thank you very much. He's great. So, Mr. President, maybe you want to say a few words, and then we'll speak over the next couple of weeks. We'll speak probably quite a bit, but we'll speak tomorrow. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank President Trump for a great meeting at this amazing place in his home in Mar-a-Lago. And we had a really great discussions on all the topics, and we appreciate the progress that was made by American and Ukrainian teams in these recent weeks. Special thanks to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and thank you to for their engagement and full commitment, and also to our team, and first of all to Rustem Umerov and General Gnatov, and to all our teams. And we discussed all the aspects of the peace framework, which includes, and we have a great achievements, 20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and U.S.-Ukraine security guarantees, 100% agreed. U.S.-Europe-Ukraine security guarantees, almost agreed. Military dimension, 100% agreed. Prosperity plan being finalized, and we also discussed the sequencing of the following actions. And we agree that security guarantees is the key milestone in achieving lasting peace, and our teams will continue working on all aspects. We also had a joint productive call with European leaders, like President Trump said already, and a lot of leaders, including NATO and EU. And we agreed that our teams will meet in upcoming weeks to finalize all discussed matters. And we agreed with President Trump that he will host us, and maybe in Washington, European leaders, and Ukrainian delegation, yes, in January, and Ukraine is ready for peace. And once again, would like to thank President Trump for a warm welcome and substantial discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Any questions, please?
The U.S. Ukraine security guarantees. What number are we at right now?
Well, I think look, you can say 95%, but I don't like to say percentages. I just think we're doing very well. We could be very close. There are one or two very thorny issues, very tough issues, but I think we're doing very well. We made a lot of progress today, but really we've made it over the last month. This is not a one-day process deal. This is very complicated stuff, but I think when the president says 95, I think, could be close to 95%. Yeah, please, behind you.
Mr. President, have you agreed on the so-called free trade zone on Donbass? How to separate the sites? How to make the separation line? Who will be responsible?
The word agreed is too strong. I would say not agreed, but we're getting closer to an agreement on that, and that's a big issue. Certainly, that's one of the big issues, and I think we're closer than we were. Probably it's unresolved, but it's getting a lot closer. That's a very tough issue, but one that I think will get resolved. Yeah, please.
We are receiving some mixed signals coming from Moscow, even after you spoke with President Putin. Can you assure us that you have received written or any formal response from them?
Well, what was the issue? You have to tell me. What did they say?
So they are telling that Ukraine has to give up Donbass. Just very recent statement coming out.
Well, that's what they've been asking for, and there's a dispute about that. So they're going to have to iron that out. That's an issue they have to iron out. But I think it's moving in the right direction.
Or delay the solution or peace agreement that you try to achieve.
If something doesn't happen, you mean if something doesn't happen? Yeah, go ahead.
May I ask?
No, go ahead. You're going to finish your question.
Will there be any step that the United States be prepared?
Well, we'll see. Look, we'll see. But I don't want to talk about that because I think we're getting pretty close. Yes, please. Please.
About territorial question, Mr. President, what is your take on Donbass status? Are you prepared to see it as a free economic or demilitarized zone?
No, we spoke about 20 points plan, and I'm happy that really our teams very close to results, and I agree with President Trump that our teams worked not one day and not one week, more than 1 month, beginning from Geneva, then 2 meetings in Miami, then we had Berlin, and now we have Mar-a-Lago. So this is a very difficult question. You know our position, so it's this we have to respect our law and our people. We respect the territory which we control, and of course our attitude is very clear. That's why President Trump said this is a very tough question, and of course we have with Russians different positions on it.
Have you discussed referendum about?
No, when we speak about referendum, we spoke that it's one of the key. We can have referendum on any kind of points of this plan. I said that we can use referendum like for the plan, or we cannot use referendum. It's one of the key. We can use, this possibility of Parliament to vote according to the law or to have referendum. It doesn't matter. This referendum, if the plan will be very difficult for our society, very difficult, of course our society has to choose and has to vote because it's their land, the land not of one person, it's the land of our nation for a lot of generations.
They'll probably have to get their plan approved by Parliament or by referendum of the people. You would think that they want, I know they had a poll that it's 91% in favor of ending this war, so they want to end it like everybody wants. Russia wants it ended, everybody wants it ended, and we want it ended. I want it ended because I don't want to see so many people dying. We're losing massive numbers of people, the biggest by far since World War II. So we want to see it ended, absolutely.
President Trump, you said at the top that you plan to speak again tomorrow. Is that correct?
I might. It depends on what happens tomorrow. If there's an additional something to add, otherwise there's no reason to. We're in the process. Jared and Steve are working very hard to get something done, and if there's something that comes up, I'd speak, but otherwise I don't think there's any reason to.
In your mind, sir, what are the thorniest issues still unresolved after the?
Well, I think the land you're talking about. Some of that land has been taken. Some of that land is may be up for grabs, but it may be taken over the next period of a number of months. And you're better off making a deal now. Look, let me tell you, they have been very brave. They fought very hard and continue to fight very hard and do tremendous damage. But Russia would like to see it end, and Ukraine would like to see it. And I think it's time to end. And a lot of very brave people, a lot of people that are dead right now, unfortunately, because I've said, and nobody's disputed it, that if the election weren't rigged and stolen, 2020, you wouldn't have had this war. It would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. Never was even thought to happen. And I spoke with President Putin. I got along with him very well, despite the Russia hoax, which was a total hoax. He used to say, what is going on over there? But it was a total hoax, as he knew and as I knew. But I spoke to him, and we'd talk about Ukraine. I've said it before. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything about it. He didn't do anything about it until I was gone, and then a lot of really bad statements were made by people, by a lot of people, I guess, but by a certain president that we had who was a disaster. Yes?
Do you anticipate going to Ukraine if you can get to an agreement? And I know
I'd have
you
no
said
problem
earlier,
with doing it. You know, I have no problem with doing it. Don't anticipate it. Would like to get the deal done and not necessarily have to go. I've offered to go and speak to their parliament, and if that would help. I don't know if that would help. I think it would probably help, but I don't even know if that's.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, I know.
Always.
So I'm not sure that it would be really necessary, but if it would help save 25,000 lives a month or whatever it may be, I would certainly be willing to do that. Yeah, please. No, behind you. Where are you from?
From Ukraine.
Good, I had a feeling.
Public broadcaster.
Good.
And how about Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant? Have you discussed this question?
On what?
Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant.
Yeah, we discussed that at length today. As you know, it's in pretty good shape. It can start up immediately, almost immediately. And it's one of the things I discussed with President Putin. And they were talking about the nuclear plant. That's probably the biggest in the world, just about the biggest anywhere in the world. Can you believe that? And President Putin's actually working with Ukraine on getting it open. He's been very good in that sense. He wants to see that open. And he hasn't hit it with missiles, hasn't hit it with anything. It's a big danger to do that for everybody. But they're working together to try and get it. It can open very quickly. It's in pretty good shape. And the people there have been there for years. The people there running it. You know, they have 5,000 people in that plant. Can you believe it? I learned that today. 5,000 people. It's the biggest plant of its kind in the world. And they're working together to get it open. They could maybe get it open quickly. That's a big step when he's not bombing that plant. It's a big step.
in the readout from Moscow, they talked about the creation of some working groups that would be set. Can you tell us about what those working groups would entail? And also, if you wouldn't mind, what is the message that you will give to Putin when you speak to him after your meeting?
So the working group is going to be composed of Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, General Raisin Kane, Marco Rubio, and a few other people that we're going to be putting onto it. I think Pete Hegseth should be in that working group. He knows the territory very well. He's been fantastic at what he's doing. And they may add one or two people. And likewise, Ukraine's going to have some very good people that were at lunch today that enjoyed the lunch today a lot, more than they thought, right? But do you want to say who may be on your working group?
Yeah, we now, as I said, that we work with Steve and Jared. We worked our Rustem Umerov and also Deputy Minister Kislitsa and also General Ignatov, and they will continue work in this group. And of course, if we will go further, and I hope that really we will have decisions in January, as I said, about all these documents, 6 documents, and of course, we will continue work on this, so they know what to do. Yes.
And that working group, by the way, importantly, will also then be working with Russia, okay? Because to work with ourselves doesn't really solve much of a problem. So they'll be working with Russia. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said this morning you weren't a deadline guy. How long do you think it'll take to get this last little bit, as you say, finished? What are we talking about?
So if it went really well, maybe a few weeks, and if it went poorly longer, and if it went really poorly, it's not going to happen. That would be a shame. There's that chance also. It's possible it doesn't happen. But, in a few weeks we will know one way or the other, I think. But if it went really well, but it could also go poorly. I mean, we could have something where one item that you're not thinking about is a big item breaks it up. Look, it's been a very difficult negotiation, very detailed. It's funny, I settled 8 wars. Some were going on for 35 years, and we got them settled in a couple of days. Some of them, one was going on for 37 years. I settled it in 1 day. But this is a very complex one.
You want to put odds on it? What the bad?
No, I think we'll get it done. I don't want to say when, but I think we're going to get it done. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, you in the past have suggested a trilateral meeting between both Presidents Putin and Zelensky.
Right.
Is that something that is also on the docket?
I see that happening, sure, at the right time. I saw a very interesting President Putin today. I mean, he wants to see it happen. He wants to see it. He told me very strongly. I believe him. Don't forget, we went through the Russia hoax together. And he'd call me, I'd call him, I'd say, can you believe the stuff that they're making up? And it turned out we were right. They made it all up. And despite that, we didn't get into wars and we didn't get into problems, but we weren't able to trade very much or any of that, which was a shame because, a lot of success could have been had by trading with Russia. They have great land, great minerals and other things, and we have things that they want very badly. But the Russia hoax, which was a terrible, made-up, fictional thing by Crooked Hillary and by Adam Shifty Schiff and bad people, sick people. They made it up. It was all a made-up hoax. But it kept us really from dealing with Russia, kept Russia from dealing with us. So, but despite that, we got along. And I don't know, I think we're going to get there. I know him very well. I think we're going to get there.
Discuss any time, location, meeting place?
Yeah, we're discussing a lot of things. No, look, I was on the phone with him for almost, 2.5 hours, they're just telling me now. It's a long time. We discussed a lot of things. We didn't talk about the weather. We weren't talking about what a beautiful day it is in Palm Beach, Florida. Yes.
President Zelensky mentioned maybe a meeting with European leaders back in Washington. Would that be in the next few weeks?
Well, in Washington or someplace, yeah. These leaders that I just read, these are great people. They've spent a lot of money on helping Ukraine. And look, they're doing it for themselves also, meaning their country, because Ukraine's a very important country for them in particular. For us, it's very important. To me, it's the lives. We're thousands and thousands of miles. We're protected by a thing called the Atlantic Ocean and lots of other places, to be honest. And they're not, they're right there. But we're working together with them as we should be. But I'm doing it to save lives. We're not spending any money. Biden gave $350 billion away. And the president was nice enough to give us a contract to take out rare earth and things. So we'll see how that all works out. We have a contract. But we appreciated that. He was very good. But we'll see how that works out. But if you think about it, we're going to have... I really believe we're probably, Mr. President, by far closer than ever before with both parties. We had some times when he was close and President Putin wasn't. Then when President Putin was close and he wasn't. You saw that in the White House. But I think they both want to see it happen.
In your conversation with...
You were saying that you've said multiple times that you want to stop the killing. And nearly 100 American citizens died in Ukraine on the battlefield. Yeah. What's your message to their families whose loved ones died fighting for you?
Well, look, the message is so obvious. It's what a shame. They died in a foreign country. And some are celebrated people. They're very celebrated. But so sad that a thing like that would happen. Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, security is a major issue for the Ukrainians.
Right.
Did you offer any promises, any assurances today?
I did. We want to work with Europe, and Europe is going to take over a big part of it, as you can imagine. They're right there. But we're going to help Europe 100%. like they'd help us. Yes, ma'am, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, when your conversation...
Who are you with?
Andrea Shala with Reuters.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So in your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss what responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post an agreement?
I did. They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Once, it sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices. So a lot of good things came out of that call today. But they were in the works for 2 weeks with Steve and with Jared and Marco and everybody.
Did Russia agree, or did Putin agree to a ceasefire to allow a referendum to take place?
Not a ceasefire, and that's one of the points that we're working on right now. No, not a ceasefire. He feels that, look, you know, they're fighting and to stop, and then if they have to start again, which is a possibility, he doesn't want to be in that position. I understand that position. The president feels strongly about that or something, but I think we're finding ways that we can get around that. But I understand President Putin from that standpoint. You know, you have to understand the other side. And, you know, I'm on the side of peace. I'm on the side of stopping the war. So, but I think that's a problem that's going to get solved, yeah.
Would people who live outside of Ukrainians who fled during the war be allowed to participate in the referendum?
What do you mean, people where live?
The people that left.
So the people we have, if we speak about the people who are abroad, who are not on the territory of Ukraine, I mean that in Poland, in Germany, we have millions of people. Yeah, they have a referendum in the same of elections. In the same way how people come and vote, they have rights for this. And of course they have to come. That's why if we will come to referendum, yes, if we will come to such decision, people need infrastructure for this. And it's not simple. And that's why we spoke about it. It can't be in one day, very quickly. It's difficult because we need infrastructure. When you have millions of people, you have to build it in Europe, mostly in Europe for today.
President Trump, I know you sound an optimistic note here, but what happens in a few weeks if things sputter? What are you prepared to do?
They keep fighting, and they keep dying. No good. But if things don't happen, they keep fighting, and they keep dying. And we don't want that to happen. He doesn't want it to happen. President Putin doesn't want it to happen either. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And thanks for lunch.
I don't know. Was it a good lunch?
Yes, sir.
There's no lunch. He walked in. He said, "This place is gorgeous." I don't think he wants to go to the White House anymore. That's the problem.
I'm ready to go to the White House.
I know. It is. The White House is a very special place, and so is this. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question you asked.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you.
All right, we were just taking a look at those peace talks between President Donald Trump and Zelensky, and it seems like they had a good conversation there. But right now we want to focus on the forecast with meteorologist Jennifer Delgado taking us quickly through the forecast. Jennifer.
Thank you, Saida. All right. Well, of course, it is the last weekend of 2025. We quickly want to give you a weather update. All right. Today, cloudy and cool day. Temperatures in the 40s, but we're going to be looking at for tomorrow and even for tonight, those winds are going to start to pick up. We do have a wind advisory that goes into effect. That's from 9 a.m. until 1 a.m. on Tuesday. Out to the west where you're seeing it right now, we do have a high wind watch. We're going to be looking at wind gusts right along the mountains, right around 60 to 65 miles per hour. We're talking very strong winds are going to be on the way. We talked about this yesterday. These winds are going to continue to be gusty as we go through a good chunk of your Tuesday as well. Here's the view outside out the National Harbor. Our temperature right now is showing up on the cool side with a reading of 41 degrees. Our winds are from the south, but here's what's going to happen. Our temperatures are going to be warming up as we go through the next couple of hours. We're in the 40s. You can see that colder air in place across parts of the north and east. Baltimore 38 degrees and 39 degrees in Gaithersburg. But as I said, we're going to be warming up even by midnight. The temperature should be close to about 49 degrees. Here's a look at your satellite radar. A lot of people traveling right now, and the place not to be traveling is the upper Midwest, as well as into parts of the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley. I'm going to zoom out on this radar a bit more. We have a very strong cold front out towards the west, moving through parts of Nebraska as well as into parts of Missouri. And then notice that we have a tornado watch box in effect for this line, squall line that's developing just to the south of Chicago, trailing all down towards parts of St. Louis. It's where in this line that we could be looking at some discrete cells for the potential maybe for some isolated tornadic activity. And then we go up to the north across parts of Green Bay. We have that dividing line right there showing you the freeze line, the snow line, and then the rain. All that is going to lead to a lot of delays, flying, and very windy conditions are going to be dominating not just us, this whole entire region that you're looking at. We're going to be looking at wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour as we go through tomorrow, especially into your Tuesday. So we zoom into our area. We have a warm front just to the west of us. There's that nose sticking it in right now. That is what's going to be warming us up as we go through the next couple of hours. You can see where the warm front is. Look at that sharp contrast temperature gradient. 71 degrees in Cincinnati, 41 degrees in D.C., and then 53 degrees in St. Louis. That is what's going to warm into our region. That's going to warm us up by tomorrow afternoon, close to about noontime. We're going to be at 60 degrees, and then by 5 o'clock we're going to be in the 30s. So our temperatures are going to drop off more than 20 degrees. This is an incredible graphic looking at it right now. The warm front in place, then we look off to the west and the northwest. You can see where those temperatures have dropped off into the single digits for Fargo as well as parts of Montana, and then down towards the deep south they're in the 70s and the 80s. So the weather is just, it's on a roller coaster ride. Literally, that's what it looks like. Here is your planner for tonight. A chance for a stray shower or two as we go up until about 7 o'clock. We dry things out. Tomorrow morning, a cold front comes through, bringing with it the chance for a few isolated showers up until about 10 a.m. But after that, the winds are what are going to be dominating us. As we look for your planner tonight, we keep it dry. And then here comes that boundary system. Monday morning, again, isolated showers. But as we go through your Monday and Tuesday, we will be dry throughout the day and dry for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. What we will be looking at as we go through the rest of the week, high temperatures will be in the 40s. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Monday, AM rain, gusty conditions, high of 59. Again, that happens very early, so when you're walking out the door tomorrow, don't forget to grab your winter coat because you will feel it by the time you're heading home. And then on Tuesday, sunny and gusty, high temperature 37 degrees. Wednesday and Thursday, dry with increasing clouds. Happy New Year.
All right, Jennifer, thank you. Fox 5 at 6 o'clock on the Linear Newscast coming up next.